February 27th. Thanks, Seth.
Got it.
February 27th, a little bit after 6:30, I'm about to start the select board meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order and get an acceptance of the agenda. Second by Ms. Conley. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it is 4-0. Ms. Canfield will be joining us in a couple of minutes. Before we get started, I just want to read the statement. The Scituate Select Board is committed to providing an environment of respect during meetings. We ask all members to interact in a polite manner, even when there is disagreement. We value the participation of our community and want all participants, including marginalized and minoritized communities, to feel welcome and respected. We ask our committee members and all who participate to commit to these standards to support and respect our community. And with that, I will ask if there's any walk-ins. There are none, so we will turn it over to the town administrator.
Good evening. We'll start as always with our water update. The reservoir is plus 4.5. Last week we were plus 2. Tack Factory Pond is at 5.25, up from 2 of last week. Average daily demand was down at 998,000 gallons per day. Last week we had 1,047,000. And rainfall was 0.96 when measured at the plant over the last 7 days. This week we are opening the bids for the water main work on Route 3A. They're scheduled for Wednesday. Two separate water mains, the raw water main from the old open bucket plant, the location of the new plant, and a new service line for the residents in the neighborhoods off Route 3A. So hopefully those will come in at a good price. We're looking to see what those are, but I'll have those for you probably a Wednesday afternoon, what those look like. So keep in tune. That'll be really the first start of the new water treatment plant, will be the installation of that water line. The annual town election is May 20th. Scituate High School nomination papers are now available at the town clerk's office. 781-545-9743 if you are interested. The papers must be returned with at least 100 signatures of registered voters, certification by the town clerk by 5 p.m. on March 31st, 2023. We are still seeking community input on the Pier 44 project for the park design that we're looking for down there. As everybody on this board is aware, we've done one survey which asked, what did you want to do with Pier 44 with that location? Overwhelmingly, the citizens said they wanted to see some sort of park there. This survey is trying to see what type of park people want to see, active, passive, what type of features they like. So please get on there. You can help us design our new park and make sure it's what people in Scituate really want. The website has a link under the community, the Coastal Resource Officers page, I'm sorry. There are 2 public information sessions, both will be held next week on March 7th in the library. The first session will be 11 and the second one will be at 7 p.m. Tomorrow night, since we're on the board meeting, everybody can go. The Scituate Sister City Project will have a winter film festival at the Scituate Senior Center. The doors will open at 6 o'clock. The film starts at 6:30. The film being shown will be Belfast, which was the winner of the People's Choice Award at the Toronto Film Festival. Tickets are $10. Students get in for free. The Division of Marine Fisheries has informed us that the clam flats in the North-South River have been reopened. They were closed due to an overflow at the Rockland Wastewater Treatment Plant. So if you have a clam license, you can go back to clamming in the North and South River. Good news at this point. Last week we opened the bids for the replacement of the lantern room at the Scituate Lighthouse and the associated work with that. The apparent low bidder was well within the appropriation that we currently have for that work. We are doing our due diligence, checking references, reviewing the bid. But if that contractor is qualified, we'll be able to proceed with that without having to go back to town meeting for any additional funds. So we're hoping to get that wrapped up and have that contract before you next meeting. The Scituate Food Fire Department is still conducting their filler truck, looking for donations for the Scituate Food Pantry. Canned fish, hot and cold healthy cereals, beef stew, canned ham, spam and hash, pork rice or pasta. Personal toiletries, cookies, crackers, and granola bars and canned vegetables can be dropped off at any one of our 3 fire stations. They'll collect them and get them over to the food pantry. More people are using the food pantry than ever before, so anybody's assistance that they can make with the donation will be greatly appreciated. The dock project at Cole Parkway is well underway at this point. You'll see some of the new docks are already in. That will continue over the next several months. It will be finished by the May 15th opening of Cole Parkway Marina. This project is funded through a grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts the town's waterways fund. The Waterways Commission will be in tonight to discuss some changes they want to make to their rules and regulations. And part of that is because of the new dock system that we're putting in. We just found out winter's not over. I'm sure everybody got that notification. We're expecting a winter storm this evening. Snow totals vary by source, anywhere from 1 to 2 to 3 to 5, which for Scituate means 1 at the lighthouse and 5 up at the west end. We will see how that goes. Crews are up pre-treating the roads all day today. We'll have salting crews come in probably around midnight tonight, and then have the plow crews come in a little later on, depending on what the storm looks like. The superintendent has already announced a 2-hour delay for Scituate Public Schools tomorrow, and no morning preschool at all. If you're traveling late tonight or tomorrow morning, please use caution. Those roads will be slick despite the fact that we'll be out there salting and sanding. Happy 291st birthday wish to Chief Justice William Cushing, who was born on March 1st, 1732 here in Scituate. A resident sent me an email asking me if I would make that announcement, so I said sure. The Cushing Memorial State Park is located on Judge Cushing Road here in Scituate, where Justice Cushing is buried. It's the smallest state park in the Commonwealth, but it's also a pretty cool little neighborhood if you get a chance to go up there. This year also marks the 240th anniversary of Chief Justice Cushing ruling that effectively abolished slavery in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And that's what I have for this evening.
Good, thanks, Jim. Questions?
No, good stuff.
Any questions?
Yeah, just one, when you say the neighborhoods, that are gonna be getting new water service lines, what neighborhoods particularly are you talking about?
There's one neighborhood right off where actually Michelle lives. We'll make a connection to that neighborhood. Also all the laterals going up 3A until we get to Old Forge, we'll make the new laterals.
Okay, so Old Forge is included?
It does not go up to Old
Okay.
Forge. It will only go to where the new water treatment plant is going to be.
Okay, I had a feeling that would be the case, but just wanted to clarify, thank you.
Awesome. Any questions for Jim? All right, move right on. We have a discussion vote on acceptance of some donations. Ian Kelly, Director of Widows Walk.
How's everybody doing?
Ian, how are you?
Great.
Awesome. So you got a donation here?
Yes, we have one of our tournaments, it's called PBR, golf tournament, yes, Taps Blue Ribbon. Some locals that are members, every year they donate, they raise money, they donate $5,000 to $6,000, they usually donate half back to the course, half to the Scituate Food Pantry, which is what they're doing this year. They want to do a memorial bench for people who have passed, members of widows who have passed. But as you see, we have so many of those. They want to do something different, so I suggested a trophy case with some trophies put in the golf shop, put a nice plaque in there with the names on it, and they all love it. So we'll be getting a display case, glass display case in the golf shop, and 5 trophies for our main events, and with a nice plaque on it, so everyone gets to see what they want in the shop.
Great. Is it for second place also, or is it just first?
Yes. No, it's not for second.
Still not getting.
Tony was second in our net division in the club championship, right?
Oh,
That's what handicap.
I'll have to play better. Awesome. Where's it gonna go, in the clubhouse?
It's gonna go in the golf shop itself, yeah. Kind of when you enter the shop from the main entrance of the golf shop, it'll be on the right-hand side. So if you come in from the main hallway at the beginning, it'll be.
Any questions for you?
no, not a question, but I would like to acknowledge, the passing of Monty Newman, who was instrumental in, bringing the new clubhouse to fruition. He worked on it for many, many, many years, and I think we would be remiss if we didn't send his family our condolences, but thank him very much for what he did. for Widows Walk.
Yes, and his wife Jackie reached out to me. She didn't want to do any services,
Right.
But she did want to do a bench and then have a service of memorial when that goes in. So I'll invite everyone when that happens.
Very gracious gentleman.
The best.
I have,
I just want to add something. Did you want to say anything about Monty?
no.
Oh, let me just add one quick thing. So Monty was, yeah, so Monty was involved with other things on the golf. He was on the first committee that we had for the cable, what's the name of that committee? Cable Commission or whatever. And he had a lot of background in marketing and really was a very vocal and energetic person involved there. And then he got into the golf and he was on the golf committee that did just kind of restoration of the tournament of the golf course itself, and then, as you mentioned, the whole project for that. So he was very involved
They
in
could
town,
assume the large majority of that.
and he was very intelligent, well-spoken person that had a lot of great ideas. So I'm sort of sad to see that happen. So condolences to his family. To you.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
No, well said. Are you tied to the picture that you sent us?
Am I tied to it?
Yeah. I think you should choose something that's in the keeping of the decor of the club. I can't tell by this picture too badly, but that's.
Are we tied to it? No.
Okay.
We're tied to the
That
price,
way
we're tied to the price, we're not tied to
That's
the
fine.
piece itself.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I just, it'd be nice if it kind of, ties in with the rest of the decor there, which is, because you're gonna put it, what, in the entryway when you walk in?
No, it would be in the golf shop, so.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't wanna keep that there.
People gonna wanna buy stuff out of it.
We could use it for some, we could put stuff there, but it would be more, my concern putting it in the main hallway is when the golf shop's closed, when the restaurant's open, and then party events, you don't want somebody crashing, you know.
That makes sense.
That's my concern, because they could be open all around.
Okay.
But
But thank
I
you
will
for
take
that.
your fashion advice if you want.
No, I think it's great, just to thank the golf committee, and I'm always envious, anyone having to eat for a trophy case, I think. Need a shoebox myself.
Great. Any questions from the audience? Awesome. Can I have a motion?
Move that the select board accept the donation into the Widows Walk Golf Course of a trophy case and tournament trophies from the PBR Golf Committee.
Second by
Second.
Ms. Curran. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye, it's unanimous, 4-0. Ian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all for you, right?
That's all from me.
Great. We'll see you out there soon.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Have a
Ian.
good night.
We've got 3 tonight. The second one, I saw Nick here for rec. Are you, is Moore's not coming?
Moore's not here, so I'll be still there.
Nick, come on up.
I got Greg Smith here too from the Paul Jacob Trendwoods.
Greg, come on up.
Thanks for having us tonight. All right, so Greg and his foundation, the Paul Jacob Trendwoods Foundation, has generously donated to us 3 acoustic guitars, which totals in the amount of $758.59. These bring a whole new dynamic to the guitar program because previously we did not have any lender guitars for the kids to use. So if they were to be signing up for the program, they would need to bring their own guitar. So this changed the whole dynamic in which, some of the families that are less fortunate that don't have a guitar, that don't own a guitar, can now use a guitar without having to purchase it. And they can still register their kids for the program. So we're excited for this donation and what it's going to bring to the program. The program has grown considerably over the past few years. We do have a level 2 guitar class now, which allows kids that have previously taken the level 1 class to now move on to the level 2 class. So it not only brings a whole new dynamic to it, it's also helping with the growth of the program itself. So thank you to Greg and the PJT Memorial Foundation. I'm going to let Greg speak to it a little bit more and their mission and what they've done in the past. So thank you, Greg.
Sure, thank you. Thanks everyone for the opportunity to come here tonight just to speak for a few minutes on, I guess, why we're here, why a donation of guitars made sense, and a bit about what our foundation is. So the PJT Memorial Foundation was named after Paul J. Trendwoods. Paul was my best friend back in 2002 in Cohasset on Atlantic Avenue on the bridge there. There was a tragic swimming accident. Some folks in the room may recall it. It was a really tough time. And so that was 2002. We graduated high school at that time. Everyone on the executive committee is local to either Cohasset or Scituate, and I actually think all 5 of us now are Scituate residents on the exec committee. So certainly ties to the area. After we all kind of got back around 2006, 2007 from school, we started a golf tournament. The golf tournament started to raise money. We wanted to do the right thing with it, incorporated the foundation now in Paul's name. since we've incorporated, we've raised almost $200,000, we're probably past $200K this year. And we give back to local initiatives that are gonna positively impact children. That's kind of our macro level tie. Youth sports, the arts are really where we find our sweet spot. We do have ties to the Scituate Food Pantry. We've worked with Cohasset Rec, Wellspring, and Hull. There is a standing, we have a scholarship at BC High where a few of us went to high school. So every year we have our standing commitments from the tournament that's raised. And our fundraisers every August. It's no one's day job, it's just a few of us who keep this moving. We give a fundraiser every August, it's a golf tournament at Pembroke Country Club. And then what we'll do is, what we usually raise, around $25,000-$30,000 per tournament. Half of that goes to our standing commitments, but we like to keep at least half for opportunities like this, or even just last week, a connection of ours, a former Cohasset resident in the Navy passed away, you may have read about. We had ties to him, so we made a donation to the family. What I'm saying is we like to contribute to the local community if we can make an impact to better children's lives in our friend's name. That's what we want to do. The guitars in particular, you're remiss if I didn't share a memory of Paul. He was just an outstanding musician, ahead of his time. He was many things: a friend, a brother, a son, standout athlete, but he was really, really ahead of his time in terms of his musical ability. Several bands by the time he was 14, I think, playing at graduations, Cohasset Town Common. But I have young children involved in the recreation program, so just kind of thumbing through the pamphlet, I saw the guitar class, and to me it seemed like an opportunity where we can maybe get more folks included in it, but also in Paul's name, to kind of perpetuate his memory that way. So I know that was maybe a lot, but I wanted to make sure we mentioned who Paul was and kind of why we're here, but also certainly offer it up. When causes or need arises, please seek us out. We recently worked on something with Ted Carroll over at Cohasset Recreation Department. There was a bit of a sudden need for some funding, so think about us. We'll figure out ways to get in touch. You have our info, but we really do want to keep making a difference in the local community and Paul's living. So.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling us the story. Any questions about?
Very kind.
Yeah.
Otis, thank you for sharing the story.
Yeah.
Helps put context and remembering your friend in a very lovely way, so thank you.
Thanks to all involved too. I know there's a lot of us you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We're happy to do this perfect opportunity.
Have a motion?
Sure, move that the select board accept a donation of 3 acoustic guitars to go towards the guitar programs in the Scituate Recreation Department.
Second.
Second by Ms. Conley, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
It is unanimous. Again, thank you very much, very generous and
Thank you.
very
Could we just ask Nick to stay for 1 second?
Nick, can you stay for 1 second?
As the board is aware, tomorrow is Mara Glancy's last day. She is retiring. If you're in the neighborhood, please stop by and wish her well. This is the last time that Nick will be appearing before you as the Assistant Recreation Director. As of Wednesday, I have appointed Nick to take Mara's place as the Director of Recreation, so. A worldwide search and we found the answer close to home. So we're very excited. We had a really good interview with Nick. He has some very good ideas
I appreciate it.
for the program, and after he gets his feet settled, I think we'll have him get back and talk to the board about some of the things he wants to do with recreation in the future. But I fail to let you know that today's his last time you'll see him as the assistant director. The next time he's before you, he will be the director. So everything will be his fault.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Nancy, and everyone. I'm looking forward to the journey ahead, and yeah, I'm excited.
Well, it's well deserved. You've been the assistant for quite a while and been a very productive member and great ideas and great energy, and it's gonna be great for the town. Thanks, Nick.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And congrats to Maura, and obviously best wishes ahead for her in her retirement and her next chapter in life. So we wish her the best.
We'll stay on the pickleball courts.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, Nick.
We'll be back.
I'll be back.
And we have one more, is Charles and Laura Collin?
Since is here, I believe,
Okay. Since you,
you're representing the donation from the following.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good, good, good. We're very excited about all these donations coming our way.
Do this all.
Yeah.
So you want to tell us about the donation for the beautification commission?
I have been informed by Lorraine that the Pollards are again making a donation to be used as one sees fit. And one of the things that is very exciting about the various donations that we have been receiving is that it is enabling us to do things that are a little bit out of the way we used to do things. We are right now focusing on native plants, and the whole moving forward to native plants over time will in fact save money because they propagate and stick around. But the initial changes of some of the garden plots that we have and some of the new ones that have been coming online that we are designing are more expensive to get started with. And so donations like the donation from the Pollards is enabling us to do, at this point, we're planning to do that with the new adopt-a-lot that we developed at Widow's Walk. So it is a more expensive way to get started, but it will maintain itself much better in the future because the plantings are local and fit with our climate here as well as with the soils that are around us. So that's very exciting. And then the previous donation that we received enabled us to plant a tree at the common near the elephant garden.
Well, as we always say, your group does the most with the least amount, so thank you very much. There's a little bit more for you to keep it going. So
Yeah, thank
you
you.
very much for your efforts, and thank you to the Pollard family for the donation. Any questions? Can I have a motion?
Sure, move that the select board accept with gratitude a $500 donation by the Pollard family for use by the Beautification Commission.
Second by
Second.
Mr. Goodrich. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. I think I also was asked to report on Ship Shape Day.
And guess what?
Yes.
Our next topic is an update on Ship Shape Day.
So I'm doing it, and Jean-Marie Volker was not able to come. She is our new Ship Shape Day coordinator. Donna introduced her to everybody via email, and I believe Jean-Marie Volker did also. Oh, isn't that cool? That's from Seth. Thank you, Seth. Jean-Marie Volker also introduced herself via email to everybody here. She is incredibly well qualified. She loves organizational things. She has met extensively with Donna, and subsequently she has met extensively with all of the members of our commission. It's whipping us into shape. She has already developed a very exact calendar as to when we need to do things, and has parceled out the various jobs that she has. The Garden Club is also going to participate at Ship Shape Day again with information about invasive plants. The plant Scituate will be kicking itself off again as a day to encourage everybody to plant flowers in as many places as we can. And we will have again a distribution of plants for the children, of American plants. And then finally, the community forum has been very active also in disseminating this information, and the Economic Development Commission, who has been spearheading this, and Karen also did get word from several businesses in town apparently that they're very interested in making this a special day throughout town. And I was told that Matt Elder of Untold Brewery would like to do something special, whether it is giving out coupons to people to have, free beer, I don't know. But so that is still in the works. But what is very exciting is that it is becoming an interesting event, not just to clean up, but to get families and children and neighborhoods together and strengthen our town.
Great. And it is on May 6th,
It's on May 6th.
beginning at,
Usually distribution of everything begins at 8 and it goes until 12:30, 1 o'clock. We still are kind of looking at the end time of that, but usually it's 1 o'clock, but often people don't stop coming, it depends on the weather. But so we will get that hashed out, whether it's going to be 12:30 or 1 o'clock.
and then you said free beer at Mass.
That's what the rumor is, but he hasn't asked for a permit yet.
It'll be the biggest soup shake day ever.
Well, it would be, and they're planning to get a food truck. It would be really nice. I thought he was going to be here tonight to go and request a permit. So but when he does, I hope you go with it.
Great. Any questions?
No, I have a comment though. I think we should, I don't know if we've done this, but we really should send a letter to Donna Banger, who really,
I would
you know,
love it. We have,
reignited,
she has done this for 14 years. And she has been so gracious at continuing with it when we couldn't find somebody. And now we did, and she spent a lot of time meeting with her. And the commission has certainly been thanking her and done things, but it would be wonderful. Maura.
Totally agree. I mean, I think we've worked with Donna for years, and between she and Al, the contributions of the two of them, and we got Donna for relooking this and really re-energizing it and staying with it has been tremendous, so.
Great.
If we can send a letter to her,
I think the rings.
probably we did.
We have, but we'll send one since she's wrapping up, she should take
Okay.
for good.
Any other questions? Awesome. Can I have a motion? Do I even need a motion?
Yeah, we
Okay.
need a motion.
Great, thank you for coming in.
So you approve the date, right?
We do.
Yeah, great. I started advertising that date, and I was pointed out by Jean-Marie, we didn't have official permission, which kind of gave me a stomachache, but glad
Hopefully
you
feel better now.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, the next discussion and vote is to award a contract for the baseball field renovation.
I think we have an outdoor entertainment permit. Oh, no, baseball field and the outdoor entertainment, okay,
Right after this.
yeah, you're right.
Director of Recreation. Mr. Novak.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Before you start, I want to say, every time I go to that field over there, I'm like, what, this best project we ever did. So thank you for all your hard work on that.
There's many things to go around, especially to the taxpayers.
True.
Thank you for having us tonight. Wanted to give a little bit of background on the 90-foot baseball field project. So as you all are well aware, back in September at a special town meeting, the town approved $993 and change for the renovation of the field at Central Field to add a 90-foot baseball diamond. Back when we did the field behind the high school, we had two 90-foot diamonds back there. One of them was eaten up, so we could meet some gender equity issues by the softball field. So there is a dire need for another 90-foot diamond in town. And through a long process and community engagement process, it was decided that it should go at Central Field. So since September, we've created all the bid documents, gone through our regulatory approval process, secured our stormwater permit with the planning board, and we went out to bid. We received 3 bids on January 30th, and the lowest bidder was Landscaping by J. Michael out of Marshall. Their total contract price for the base bid was $588,300, which allows us to take a couple of alternates that we had in the contract as well. So we're currently proposing to accept the base bid. Alternate number 1, which is doing a softball field to address some of the needs for senior softball and also not to continue to short the girls softball program. So along Branch Street, there'll be another softball field created. That alternate was $186,769. And then the second alternate, which we're proposing to accept, is alternate number 2 for some 150 feet of athletic ball netting and chain link fencing at the base along Central Park Drive. So basically down the third baseline of the baseball field. And that number was $42,932. So for a grand total of $818,001, we've done our due diligence on J. Michael. Again, out of Marshfield, they've traditionally done a lot of residential work. However, they do have a history of performing public work, which was good to hear. They also have a sub-consultant out of Connecticut that is very versed in athletic field work that will be performing a lot of the detailing work out there. So we reviewed their references, we made the phone calls, and we're proposing to go forward with landscaping by J. Michael. Contract is being drafted up as we speak. It's in town council's hands. And I think tonight we were just looking for an of that number, which allows us to address a couple of other things. One being CNA services for the project, construction administration. Also, it leaves us with probably a little over a 10% contingency. If we run into any unforeseens on the project, it's always good to have a little bit of a buffer rather than getting right on the line. Nick, I don't know.
Yeah, when would we hit ground? Was it April 4th?
April 4th is what was listed in the contract documents, however, with a mild winter up until this evening.
There's potential to start a little earlier.
There is potential to start a little bit earlier, and ideally, if we can do that, it potentially means delivering the project a little bit earlier, which would be good for sod establishment and seed establishment, and hopefully less water usage for the irrigation system.
And we're gonna do the best we can on the permitting side to obviously make sure that this whole thing, this process goes well. So we're gonna stay off there as long as we can.
Great. And J. Michael is a local Scituate resident, Michael Escher, who
Yes, he is.
Does great work, so great reputation in town. So look at that. Any questions about the project? Or?
I'm happy we're choosing someone local. It just seems like most of the work that they've done is irrigation based. So what was your feeling through that when you went through like the vetting process?
So J. Michael, well, they've done some athletic field work. They did the natural gas high school fields over in Weymouth, which was a number of years ago. Typically, they're seeing decent experience in that. So I reached out to Steve Riley, the recreation director, in Weymouth, and he had a conversation on my behalf with a member of the building when they built the high school and they built the fields. And he distinctly remembered working with J. Michael. They had a number of issues on those projects, but none of them were attributed to J. Michael. They were all attributed to the design consultant that designed the fields. And he specifically said that did everything they asked, and there were no change orders, which I'd love to hear, associated with the project. Secondly, the company that they retained to assist them is Aquaturf. They're out of Connecticut again. They have a lot of irrigation work, but they also have a decent amount of athletic field work too. There were 4 references that we contacted on their behalf. One of them was West Springfield.
Quinnipiac in there?
No, it was a North Shore community. But all of them said, much like a lot of these smaller contractors, communication is the big thing. Where they've had a few hiccups, which I'm big on communication, and luckily I live in town, as you know, and I'll hit the job site on a daily basis as I'm driving to the office. But the good thing is they had some communication issues, like they've worked with the same guy, Mark Andre from Aquaturf for the past 15 years. So not to the point where they had to change contracts and move to another contractor. So that was comforting to hear.
And are they doing the design as well?
No, we did it.
You already did it?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Any questions?
Yeah, the stormwater, that drainage is and has been a big issue, so I assume that there are people within this group that have the expertise to manage that.
Yes, so, we had to go through the whole stormwater permit,
Yes.
we had to do
I
our
was there.
stormwater report and,
Yeah.
get everything issued that way. We will be digging another test pit, at the onset of the project, to confirm seasonal high groundwater table. And we have to follow the conditions issued by the planning board. So,
Yeah, they were pretty extensive, so I just.
Yep. That was all part of the contract documents.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for all the homework. I had some of the similar concerns about Jay Bickle, that, local grade, we all know that, not going far, which is good. And I'm glad you're on the project team, that their lack of experience is a little concerning. I assume when we do the contract that we'll have the appropriate warranties and all of our protections in that. So I would say that should we decide to make a motion to accept this contract, it'd be subject to town council review. It's
That's what it is right now.
okay, it's not our motion, so.
Yeah, that's what the contract is with town council right now.
Right, but our approval, I think, should be subject to satisfactory review of council. And the other question I had was, you may have said this, I missed it, the timeline for when you start construction.
Per the contract documents, we'll be starting April 4th and finishing early July, so I think like a week after July 4th. If we can, and weather allows, Mother Nature allows, we'll start earlier and hope to expedite things.
But Nick, what are you gonna do with this placement? That field is used 24/7 once you can.
It is, yeah, no, we have a pretty good handle on it, Kevin Devon has a pretty good handle on it, so we're forecasting that whole situation and being off of it for as long as we need to, so. Yeah, we have
The north field, the north softball field continue to be used during construction. So half the field, and hope that's the intent.
So I was thinking more of the recreational.
Sure.
It could be used, yeah, we're gonna spread out people to rec field and the other grass fields that are in town. Everywhere.
Have we seen the final rendition of what that's gonna look like?
I don't know.
I don't think we have, have we? So how much of the field, I mean, it's gonna go on the corner closest to the Lawson Tower,
Correct, yes.
And-
Where the existing softball diamond.
right? And how much of the field are you actually tearing up all the grass pretty much halfway through the field?
Pretty much, I wouldn't say exactly halfway, it's a little bit less than that. And I apologize, I was on my way over here.
It's okay.
I should have grabbed the rendering when I left the office. But we try to minimize the amount of disturbance as possible. Obviously to reduce costs, but a certain amount was required in order to meet grade requirements. So it's about halfway, or not.
And is it a clay infield,
It will be a clay infield, yes.
but grass, it would be grass in the infield?
Yes, yeah, so clay skinned areas, inside of, around the mound and stuff will be sod. And then from the skinned area to the backstop will be sod, we'll have a small stone dust warning track. And we're also doing stone dust in batting cages. Just less maintenance that way and less space.
Same thing with the softball field going in, right?
Yep, that's all clay.
Nick, can you send us a picture of it when you get a chance?
Yeah,
Right.
sure, absolutely.
Awesome. Any other questions? Any questions for the audience? If there's none, can I have a motion?
Our contract to landscaping by Jay Michael for the 90-foot baseball field renovation at Central Field for $818,001. Subject to council review of the contract.
Second by Mr. Goodrich. Further discussion? Is that good?
Aye.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you very much. Have a good
Thank you, guys. Have a good night. All right. Next topic of discussion and vote is a outdoor entertainment permit for a wedding on 60 Surfside. Barbara and Carolyn Klein?
Cream. This is my husband Jeff. Brian's our son who's getting married, so his name was on the. Yeah, we're here to request a permit for outside entertainment for a wedding on the 29th of April. The time frame is 5 to 10:30, with 5 o'clock, maybe 5 to 5:30 being the ceremony, and then 5:30 to 10:30 would be more, I guess, the entertainment part of it. Having DJ and the reception part of the wedding.
You just, go ahead.
Maybe with 62 people,
62
people.
Where is, the house, 60 Surfside is up or down?
Well, it's,
It's off of Gannett.
Yeah,
so we're right past the, we're right on the,
okay,
so we fortunately, we bought the house in May, so we have 270 degrees of beautiful water. Which is fantastic.
You mean how far down Surfside?
Yeah.
It's almost like right in the middle.
okay.
Because it's a quarter mile to Gannett, just because I walk the dogs, a quarter mile to Gannett and a quarter mile down to Seagate. So it's pretty much right.
We have a huge front lawn, so that's why we're the
Right.
application.
And you said a DJ
Yes,
from like 6 to 10,
Yes.
yes.
awesome. Any questions?
I would just assume all the butters have been notified.
Yes, yeah, thank you for that, yeah, they have been, yeah.
Any other?
Welcome to the neighborhood, I live
Thank
on
you.
the street.
Oh.
Do you, what do you do about parking? That's always a problem on the street.
So fortunately, because there's no parking on the street, so what we instructed all our folks that if they're coming, they're gonna actually stay at the hotel in the harbor, and we have buses. So they're gonna be shuttling the buses back and forth.
Sounds
Perfect.
Perfect yard for it.
Any questions?
Yeah,
School.
yeah.
Awesome. If there's no more questions, can I have a motion?
Move to grant an outdoor entertainment permit to Brian and Carolyn Green of 60 Surfside Road for a wedding private party on Saturday, April 29th, 2023, from 5 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. with entertainment being provided by a DJ.
Second?
Second by Ms. Canfield. Further discussion? Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. It's unanimous, 5-0.
Great.
Congratulations, have a great
Thank you
time.
guys so much, thank you.
All right. Now we'll go off and wait for. Next topic is a discussion vote and changes and updates to the 2023 marina contract. We've got our harbor master, Stephen Lowe. We've got Dr. Murray here, David Deneen, from Water.
And Kevin Norton.
Kevin Norton, of course. Dr. Murray, do you want to, oh no. Mr. Lowe?
So I thought I'd start off with a little project update. We've been dropping floats in, the mains are all in. The pump out dock is in and the fingers have been put in place. The facility is coming out absolutely beautiful, very solid, very safe. Not walking down the docks and shifting left and right all the time. It's really coming out as I had envisioned.
Oh, good.
First thing I'd like to talk about is we made a couple of changes. Well, enforcement is one of the issues that I'd like to talk about. In the contract today, in the marine contract, it says that dock boxes aren't allowed for any fastening of any materials on the docks. When I got here, I mean, most of the boats had dock boxes. And it does make it very difficult to get up and down the docks. My biggest concern is accessibility. When we built this dock, we made it so that it's more accessible to all users of the dock. Whether you're, a spry 18-year-old or someone that's, my age and struggling. And when we built them, we wanted to make the fingers wider and longer to house bigger boats. and to make it more accessible and just a better system. What we had to do when we were building it was they had to reduce the size of the floats themselves by about a foot. So it makes it a little narrower. And Waterways also wanted to put internal pile guides to get the pilings out of the slips themselves and put them inside the dock so that you don't back your boat into a pile. And you have electrical pedestals, fire extinguisher pedestals that are all down there as well. And if you start installing dock boxes, you have a dock box on this side of the float and a dock box on this side of the float, it's gonna need about 2 feet to get down. It's very difficult for someone with any type of disability. Also, if fire department ever has to take somebody off the boat, it was, having an episode with a gurney, it would make it very difficult. So just we've been going back and forth with this at Waterways, and we decided at the last Waterways meeting that we support not allowing the dock boxes this year, but Rick would come down in June and see if there was another alternative to it, putting the dock boxes in. The other issue I had with dock boxes is people are going down and they drill holes in the new $3.5 million facility. There's 3-phase, 240 volts, 600 amps of power going through those docks. One of those wires is a real problem. There's also plumbing pipes and sewer pipes running those docks. So I do have I think it was my marina. I owned it personally. I wasn't allowed, but I don't own it. It's not yours. So I just.
Before you go, I just one quick question. Do the other marinas in town have them or not have them?
So Duval's Marina owns some dock boxes along the wall. They're actually for cutting fish, and they actually own them, and his docks are a lot wider than our docks are, and they're up against, they're not throughout the marina, and they're not personal property. They're for the charter boats to use as cutting stations.
So it's hit or miss whether people have it or don't have it.
Correct.
Hi, Rick Murray, 16 Collier Road, Chair of the Waterways Commission. Yeah, we support what Harbor Master Moore is saying here. We just want to reinforce that he's only talking about enforcement of existing rules that are in the contract and have been for years upon years. But as time evolves, it's become not enforced, and so people have put dock boxes out there. So what the Harbor Master is talking about is just enforcing the current rules, which we support. He referred to me going down and taking a look. That would be for next year. It's awfully hard to visualize despite, looking at plans and mapping things out until you actually see them and see what the situation is going to be like. So, I said we'd go down and take a look, but that would be for planning for the following year. There were a couple citizens who expressed their concern with our enforcing the existing rules, but as the Harbor Master said, with the new floats and the new system out there, they're a little more narrow. We do want to make sure we're preserving accessibility for all types. We feel this is the most prudent direction for enforcing the current rules.
Does the voter want to speak? Thank you.
Yeah, I have just a couple questions. How are you going to, should we approve the it's been approved, of course, this requirement. How are you gonna let the stakeholders know about it?
So we did send out an email earlier in the year, constant contact, which was the direction we plan on going, just give everybody a heads up. We did get some feedback about it. We had additional meetings. In the flip contract and bill, we're going to have an insert, we're going to sign a date. So you'll have the regular contract, which looks like this, it's one page, back and forth. And then there'll be a small cutout, an individual piece of paper that you have to sign. And the date, we're not going to accept your
And
payment.
that piece of paper
And
will
that
say
piece
you
of
want
paper
to.
tells you clearly, what this says in here that nobody reads.
Very good. What's your question?
Any further questions on the dock boxes?
Will they be enforcing fines? Or you have a
Yes,
step
yes,
process?
yeah, there'll be,
A warning,
there'll be,
a written
so what
warning?
we're gonna do is, there'll be a warning, and that'll be, you know, there's gonna be, signs I'm gonna have made up as you enter the marina. It's gonna say, if you see dock boxes going down the docks, it's gonna say that you can't use them, you're gonna just have to put them back in the car. And then after that, it would, you know, if somebody goes in, you know, have to wear clothes and installs it, and then go to the next step, which would be fine or losses.
No sense in having laws if you don't enforce them.
Correct. Right.
Any other questions?
Do we have the fine outlined in here?
It's $100.
Is it outlined in here?
Yeah, if
Okay.
you go to the,
I just wanna make
it's the
sure I
bylaw, the standard bylaw fine,
Okay,
any rules to break, it goes back to the waterways bylaw.
so just if I understand you correctly, you're gonna send out the contract and then a separate piece of paper is gonna be sent out to be signed?
It's in with the contract and with the other documents that you have to sign. You get a whole package of things that you have to sign. You have to provide us with your insurance. You have to provide us with payment. You have to provide us with the signed contract. You have to provide us with
Acknowledgement of
the
this.
acknowledgement. They'll say, give us your excise tax form. It's been signed, your registration and your insurance document.
Is there any way, is any of this done electronically or is it all?
It can be emailed to us.
Okay,
We do send it out electronically and we mail it out. So it goes both ways.
I just wanna make sure it wasn't a little piece of paper that was going in the tax bill that we're expecting to get back, that's all.
And obviously, if it gets sent in, it's just like the insurance. If you send in a check, you don't send in a signed contract, we'll call you and, you know, provide us with documents. We'll just mail you a check back and you'll run right in and get us documents.
Sounds good.
So I'll show my ignorance here, but so do most of these folks leave those dock boxes there the whole time, 3 days, for the whole
Yes,
season?
they're screwed right into the dock.
They're screwed right in.
And a lot of times.
That's right, so that happens in other places around town, right? You can leave the beach chair out, keep it there all the time.
Yeah.
That's outrageous.
These
It's not being followed already, I guess.
The other problem is sometimes when they're removed, they can't get the screw up, so they pull it up, screw gets left behind, and then it becomes a hazard where somebody got there for a while. And it's happened.
Just trying to give another example in town where someone can put their personal property, screw it into town property and say, okay, I guess.
And this would be enforced at both marines.
Awesome. All right, so that's one of the 2 changes.
The other one is code of conduct. And initially, I started out with this, because we've been having issues with, I actually have some of my staff members that are really not interested in coming back next year because of the way they're being treated. We had one tenant, probably a year or so plus ago, that threatened one of our maintenance staff that they were going to take the hose and wrap around his neck and strangle him. Other people swimming in the harbor out their boats, sent somebody down, asked them to, you know, turn the music down at about 10:30 at night, and, you know, tell them that they're not allowed to swim until they get lost. We had other people, you know, that we've had the police down, the guy that told us to get lost, they went down again, said, you really, you know, you don't get your guests, turn down the music, get your guests out of the water, I'm gonna call the police, told to get lost. Police started to make their way down the dock, everybody came out of the water. That night at about 11:30, I got an email saying that, you know, sorry. It's really getting out of hand. I know that some country clubs are having issues with this, and they've implemented codes of conduct where, like anything else, it's not like we want to get rid of anybody. If you have to sign this code of conduct, you know what the consequences are. You will lose yourself. You know, and this goes, when I started this, it was 2 lines. And I, as a member of the Waterways, as an attorney, he worked on it. It and through probably half a dozen lines. And then when we were working on it with Waterways, it was recommended that I send it to town council. They thought it was a very good idea, and it increased it so that if someone's disrespectful to their neighbor or to, you know, it goes out to their guests, their families, you know, slip holds responsible. So he's got, he or she has to, you know, make sure that people are doing what they're supposed to do. Do that, and we don't have an issue. We want everybody to be happy, everybody happy with the time. Some of these people that are, you know, some of my staff that aren't interested in going back because of this, they're key people. They're retired paramedics, retired EMTs. And they're the ones that, you know, when things go bad, that I rely on.
Yeah, just to add something here, you know, if you look at the top of the statement that Mr. Vignani read to the community here about how we run meetings, committed to providing an environment of respect, ask all members to interact in a polite manner. And that's all we're asking of the citizenry and people out there in the harbor as well. They come back in after a long day on the water. If they call in for the pump out boat or something, and it's not there instantly, sometimes they get a little angry. If they need to show respect and a modicum of behavior to our staff. And so there are three versions there before you. One is for the marina tenants, one is for the mooring holders, and the other, Kevin Norton here has joined us, is for the town pier. So there's some additional points in there that are of particular note for the commercial community. In all other ways, they're virtually identical. There needs to be a minor change in, there's a little typo redundancy in the mooring permit one, so we would take that one as amended for your motion. But that's just a typo we just discovered today. But other than that, the Waterways Commission fully supports what the harbor master is trying to do here. And to Ms. Connolly's point, we look forward to supporting the harbor master if there are transgressions and enforcement of this, because it's just not.
And might I add that you print it up and you actually post it somewhere?
Yeah, this is gonna also, this document will go out in the bills, and they'll sign this document as well, dated and printed. This will be each year, so they can't say, well, I forgot about it. Each year, you're gonna get the same document.
No, but it's posted on
Yes.
the walkway.
Yes.
Want to go over the one last one, and then we can go over these two? Is there one other change?
That's it.
That's it.
Did you talk about this?
No, you got it.
They're all pretty much the same thing.
Yes. They're all the same document. I actually,
Well, the first one, oh, it's just a formatting change.
yes,
Where you're gonna, we should mention that one, so you're gonna be much stricter in enforcing the fact that if you don't renew your slip,
yes,
you're gonna lose.
yes. Yeah, that was just suggested that we add that in there.
So that's gonna be a tricky one, right?
No.
People forget the date or they miss it by a day, so I guess.
So we've been enforcing it for that way for years.
Say the harbor master's office bends over backwards on behalf of its patrons. I've been, you know, negligent myself, and there have been times when it's like it's getting close, and they proactively go out and they say, hey, we notice you haven't renewed, and they give every opportunity for people. But at some point, there's a line in the sand. But it's not like it comes out from, you know, lightning bolt from the sky with no warning or anything like that.
I mean, we send out,
Tons
it's within the constant contact, we send out these reminders, and we send it out with more info. If you're getting this, we did not pay.
If I may say, in case the board hasn't noticed, the boaters are a pretty passionate group. And if there's any hint of, you know, missing, they're right on top of it. So for them to miss something really interesting.
Questions? Karen?
Yes, process. So if someone is running afoul of this code of conduct, it goes from, you know, kind of minor things, all the way up to serious infractions that could result in someone losing their slip. Do you plan on having some sort of a committee to adjudicate some of this stuff. If
I'm sure
someone,
they'll end up here.
well, they don't
That's
have to,
I
if
know.
you guys handle it. No, I'm just saying that if you plan on enforcing something as serious as
The loss of
taking
the slip.
someone's slip away, I think there should be some process that says, you know, you're allowed to come before whatever subcommittee of the waterways to make the case, and that they could make the decision, and then obviously, everything that always does, when it gets really bad, wind up here, but, if,
As a general rule, Steve would make the decision based upon the rules to not review your slip. Correct. And then they could appeal his decision to the Waterways Committee.
that's exactly
What
what.
generally happens is they call me and I tell them, you have to go to Waterways before you come to me.
Well-
When they go to Waterways, I generally don't see them again, because Waterways does such a good job of handling it.
Well, I don't know where, is it written in the waterways bylaws, maybe that's where it is.
Decisions of the harbor master, they can
Are
appeal to the
final,
Waterways
but can be
Committee.
appealed to.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah,
as long as
the only
there's,
one that isn't is the moorings, and that would go to DEP.
So if you're appealing, you're more.
If you're appealing a decision regarding mooring, you go to DEP, you don't go to the town.
so we could repeal their right to have a mooring, but we can't, they can appeal.
I
the
can,
DEP.
as
You
the
can
harbor
say,
master,
"You're
I can revoke their mooring or not give them a mooring,
Okay,
and they have to go to DEP. They don't go anywhere else.
thank you.
Any other questions? No, yes?
Just a couple of those, I had the same concern that, you know, the way this is written, it's not may, you will lose your slip. And I just wanna make sure that it's, understand what you're going
We
through.
just,
I know you
we
gotta
just
do
wanna
something.
know that people, that if they do something,
There's,
they're gonna lose, you know, that's all. If there's no rules, you know, it's like with my kids.
absolutely, yes, but, you know, in the event that the harbor master isn't a reasonable person, we don't wanna set up something that's going to be arbitrary. So I like that there's a backup, approval process. I know it's, what a challenge it is with your staff. Are we giving them training to deal with, I mean, our whole, it's not just you guys, we know this. Are we doing that?
Yep.
And the last question I had is, if somebody, you know, puts in all their paperwork, gets their slip, it's pretty far in advance, and then they, you know, move to California, I assume that, I know there's people waiting for it, it's a refundable deposit?
It's not refundable. You pay your $400 deposit in the fall.
Yep.
That is non-refundable. Reason for that is it's difficult for us to fill those spots in the springtime with a bigger, you know, like if we have a 30-foot spot, if you have a 30-foot boat, you better have found a place to put it. And if you found a place, you've already got that place. We're probably not gonna give it up in June and lose your money, because wherever you're at, you've already paid, they're not gonna give it back.
That makes perfect,
So that's why the deposit's non-refundable.
that makes sense.
And remember, the slips, you can redo them once you're in, as long as you're paying everything off. But the open ones are recompeted to get in line every year, whereas the moorings are that long list.
Okay.
So there's turnover of the slips and a longer time frame.
When we increased downtown pier, it was, when I first started here, we had some issues downtown pier. We changed the rules, we made it very strict, and we haven't had a problem. And didn't have to write a ticket.
Right, they seem like pretty common sense, and Waterway supports them, so. Can I have a motion?
Sure. Move to approve the 2023 contract and enforcement of the marina contract.
Second by Mr. Goodrich. Further discussion, any questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous, 5-0. And
Move to approve the 3 code of conducts for the town marina tenants, the mooring permit holder with slight edits, and the town pier permit holder as submitted.
second by Mr. Goodrich. Any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous, 5-0. Thank you all for your work, thanks for coming in.
Thank you all, folks.
Yeah, I see the marina.
Really coming out nice.
Time.
All right, the next topic is trash barrels. Kevin? Mike, how are you?
Good evening. It's always great when we can track this much of a crowd talking about trash
That's a lot, you'd be surprised.
barrels.
We're all here for you, Kevin.
That's great, as it should be. So I want to talk about trash barrels, basically, and bring the board up to speed with some of the things that have been going on. Right now, Public Grounds Department is in charge of all trash throughout the beaches in the town. On typical winter days, we have 153 barrels out. In the summer, that expands to 201 barrels. Most of the additional barrels are at the beaches, as well as some of the fields. We've got a crew that goes around and cleans them up, empties the barrels daily. Typically during the summer, they're going 7 days a week. During the winter, we've been going 6 days a week. They get a breakdown, and we can spend up to 8 hours a day with a 2-man crew on a truck. Ongoing, we've been spending a lot of additional time picking up trash. The demand for trash removal has increased significantly, causing Public Grounds Department to spend additional resources in taking care of the trash. Some of the barrels have been used to dispose of household waste. As such, the costs have also increased in disposal costs for us getting rid of the material. And I just want to bring up, it's affecting the manpower that we have in public grounds. We pretty much, we're working with it, but we're going to exceed our budget this year the way we're going with overtime, just from working on the weekends. It's been an extremely soft summer with winter effects, because it's snow tonight. But we have been out there quite often emptying the barrels and keeping the barrels maintained. So what we're looking to do is, well, I'll also say this too, we've seen an increase in the trash tonnages. We started back in August tracking the trash. We're weighing it in as it comes into the transfer station. So August of 2021, we took in 13,490 pounds. August of 2022, we were up over 31,000. So we're taking in tons and tons of trash. Obviously, yeah, 15, 16 tons of trash a month. And we've got a lot of barrels out there. We have 201 barrels. So what we're looking to do, and we're going to mention to the board, is we're probably going to start looking at pulling back some of our barrels. And also talk to the, beach association about potential carry in, carry out. Sometimes do that. I'm not saying that's what we're going to do, but we're experiencing some significant costs. And it's affecting not only the transfer station, which we just, we'd have to adjust rates on that all the time. It's affecting public grounds, and the beaches pay typically 50% during the summertime for those guys to be going out with the overtime. That's cutting into their budget also. And it just seems to be getting higher and higher, and we want to bring that to our attention.
Thank you. So there's a fine line between picking up barrels and having trash in town. So we've got to, I think we've all spoken about the summer increasing the barrels around the beaches because we don't want the beaches to be a mess.
Yep.
Although the number of barrels in town, surprising to me, like 150 to 200 seems like quite a lot.
On the sheet I did submit to the selectmen, it's got the location of every barrel on a map, in all sorts of different locations, and it amazes you when you actually do it. I actually sent an engineer out to go and evaluate where all our barrels are for the trash bill.
Well, that's one question that passes. Can you get bigger barrels?
Not too much bigger because I have 2 guys working now, and sometimes they have a hard time picking them up and getting them in the trash truck. And bigger barrels would just be just as much trash or more trash. They're 55-gallon drums that we use now.
I wonder if there's a better, bigger, lighter, easier way to throw things away. I mean, the last thing we want is people throwing their trash on the ground or throwing it out a barrel that's overflowing, right? We get that at the beaches all the time, so. Do you guys?
Can I piggyback on that? I mean, I know you've looked at this in many ways, but, the solar powered crushers, have you looked at the cost effectiveness of that? Which would increase the.
We have a
capacity?
couple of the big belly,
Yeah,
called the big bellies. We have a couple in the harbor. On the beaches, I don't think they would hold up as well because if we do get any storm activity with sand and everything else, it would be problematic with the crusher. But you know, at some beaches, we can have up to 17 barrels at a time. And we're getting a lot of household hazardous waste, not hazardous waste, household waste in it also, in a lot of the trash. And the guys who fish, if they get household waste, they pull it out, we report it to the police, and usually, you know, I won't tell you all our tricks, but usually somebody leaves an envelope with their name and then we report that to the police.
Mark?
I really think we should just do a pilot of carry in, carry out, you know, quickly, because I mean, it's, when you look at other cities around the country that have natural resources like beaches and parks, very, very strict rules that whatever you bring on, you bring off. And with your math here, I mean, if you even piloted maybe 2 beaches this summer and rolled it out, you certainly would increase your manpower. Because I don't know what else you can do, you know, to your point. You can't keep adding barrels. I think that's the only thing that's going to prevent.
I think we'd like to take some of the barrels out now. We just put the barrels back in the beaches a couple of years ago. In the winter time, we used to take them out. There was a request to put them back. The barrels are full at the beaches almost every day. There's not that much use of the beach, which means people throwing their household trash in there. So we'd like to take some of those barrels out now. I know every beach we go to, Peggotty has 6 barrels, as Kevin said, there's 17 in the Miting area. Yet almost every Friday, Saturday and Sunday morning, there's pizza boxes stacked up next to the full barrels. Whereas in another community I worked in, we have barrels in a park and barrels in the parking lot. When the barrels in the park filled up, we would just pile the trash on. When we took the barrels out of the park, people carried their trash and put it in the barrels in the parking lot instead of leaving the trash all over the park. So we'd like to pull some of the ones out now at the beaches and see what happens before the summertime. And then, as you said, you know, maybe, I don't know if I do it in Peggotty, but maybe Egypt Beach or one of the less busy beaches do a carry in, carry out, and see what happens.
My only another concern, I don't know if there's other technology out there with barrels, I'm not a barrel expert, is the dog waste, right? Because we're always gonna have the dogs out there as well, and folks carrying that off, so I would think you would still want to try to accommodate that. I don't know if there are smaller ones so they can't fit household trash in them, do you know what I mean? I have no idea. I'm just sort of trying to think about that aspect of it as well. Because you don't want those dog bags left all over the beaches. You know, folks pick it up, they'll still leave them there. And then that creates a whole other environmental issue.
That is a big problem.
Well, what if we left, you know, what if we got a dumpster and put it not where on the beach, but put it in the parking lot, and that was the only place people could throw things away? And they wouldn't leave it on the beach then, next to a barrel, but they knew that they had a place to throw it away, but they had to carry it off the premises.
Great idea. The problem is I don't have a machine that typically moves dumpsters around like that. We'll probably have to get a service or something. And we could work maybe through the beach committee or recreation.
Well, it's probably cheaper than Mike's crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my response to that would be, when I was working in Norwell, Scituate started charging for bags, we had to put locks on all the dumpsters at the schools. There were 2 or 3 gentlemen who would drive up the street on trash day in Norwell and just stop and drop their trash by the barrels that are out. The dumpster would have the same problem as the trash, Tony. People just gonna drive in, throw their crap in the dumpster and fill it up.
Yeah.
Did I say crap in my trouble? Stop to repeat that?
Well, yeah, Karen?
Yeah, I understand your issue, And in fact, I think in many cities now, they don't even have trash barrels because of terrorism issues related to that. I think in London, they just took them all away. But what I would like to see happen is maybe you do a experiment this summer at one of the beaches, pick your beach, and call it bring it in, take it out, and do a public education campaign with lots of signage and lots of it. Because 25 years ago, we were trying to get people at a company I worked at to recycle white paper. And we had to do a huge education campaign because people were just so resistant. So I think if people are more aware of the problems that we've got with people not disposing of their trash properly, and I'm afraid to say I think a dumpster would just attract more people to put more household stuff in there. Because if they're willing to go down to the beach in plain sight and shove their whatever it is into a barrel, they'd be much more apt to do worse with a dumpster, I think. So, but I think an experiment.
Okay. I like the idea of doing some sort of experiment, but I think, I'd like to think too, just a few things. One, what we've seen from the census last 10 years, there's what, 1,400 new residents that are here, thousands of other residents that are here in town. It's also like, what is the role, the basic role of what we're supposed to be doing? Plowing roads, picking up trash, educating our kids, and if there's more money that we need to pick up trash for services. And again, I'm not saying not to have those other experiments with the social engineering to make sure people aren't leaving it, but kid gets an ice cream, what's he gonna do with the stick? Well, now it's gonna be some seagulls problem. So if there's some other things to be kind of creative as well with that, but I think we have to just come to the realization that the new normal is we're gonna have thousands of more residents using more of these services, and the costs are gonna have to go up with it for some of these as well. So many people just working from home and doing other things, so that's where I am. If we have to spend more to fix some of this, then
We're gonna have to do that too.
Yeah.
Because in the summertime, there's just no getting around. Between the beaches,
Yeah.
the boaters, and everybody else, the walkers, the barrels get filled up. But we don't see, I'll defer to Mike, we don't see the barrels getting filled up with household waste at the golf course. That's dog waste, that's basically what we're seeing there. Yet the beaches are full of trash in the wintertime. And there's no reason for that except for people going and throwing their trash in the barrels.
So is it the winter time that's more the issue?
Well, we're increasing significantly in what we have, because as I said, now with the time that we're spending doing it, and remember, those two guys, that's, instead of them doing it for 4 hours, they're spending the whole day doing it, so that's 4 hours and not working with the tree crew, 4 hours and not cutting the grass for the fields, or whatever, which is fine.
And it's not just the barrels, so in the summertime, it's broken chairs, it's broken umbrellas, it's
Right, they just use it
a
as.
surfboard, they just throw it next to the trash barrel, they leave it there. That can't go in the waste stream, you have to send a second truck to go pick that up, because that has to get disposed of separately. But as I said, I think what we'll do is we're gonna pull some of these barrels off the beaches now, and we do what we're seeing there, and see what happens in the wintertime, see if we get a reduction in the trash, or people just throwing stuff. And then we'll try to think of something for the summertime, where we'll pick some, probably I wouldn't do it at Peggy, obviously, probably not mine, but maybe Egypt, Sand Hills, where we'll say, all right, we're not gonna put any barrels on here this year. But we do get requests all the time, this is where I walk, we need a barrel.
But to Karen's point, let's make sure that we don't just, remove the barrel, that we do a carry in, carry out, policy, public service announcement. That's a big shift.
Maybe we speak to the beach association and talk to them about it, let them come up
Collaborate
with
with
a plan for that.
Well, I don't think you just let them, I don't think.
We
I
can
don't
work
think you
with
can
them.
pull them off and not tell people that you're pulling them off, especially this summer. Because people have to be prepared to bring something with them to take it back off, so you can't just leave them all there without the means to carry it back out.
We could give bags, but something tells me that if we get a little, there's gotta be a better solution. To Andrew's point, it's a service we have to provide, that doesn't make our town messy and it's exorbitant cost that we're putting into it. I'm sure some town has come up with some other methodology to deal with this. And maybe the beach association is, or the beach commission is probably a good start to have them brainstorm on it.
We wanted to bring it in front of the board because, you know, as this goes, I'll be going into deficit potentially in some of the overtime.
Yeah.
And in the trash costs, with public grounds. So on the same token, I was telling Jim, I'm gonna need to get more money in my budget going in the future. And we have no problem, we've got a trash truck, our guys will do it. It's just, I wanna make sure the board was aware of what was going on and what was happening with all the trash.
I think when you find a blatant violation, like somebody in the winter filling up the ones at the beach, then I would remove them. That's clearly somebody that lives in that area. And they're not doing it at the golf course because they don't live on the golf course.
We have one habitual offender dumping their trash in a trash barrel on Front Street. And her response was the town administrator gave you permission. Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Go
that's.
find him.
You've done something here.
May I suggest that we talk to the beach commission and see if they can come up with some creative solutions for the beaches?
In
That's probably-
the meantime, would it be an issue if we started trying to eliminate some of the barrels that we have? No, not the beach barrels, but I was just saying like Front Street or some of the other, you know, if we see any other barrels around.
I don't know, what's
So,
the?
no, I'm not, I think you gotta keep them on Front Street.
I do too.
It's,
Stop
Front
the
Street's
beaches,
not
don't
clean
want to
enough as my mind.
Okay,
You
no,
know?
I'm just throwing
I'd
it out.
rather see you pull them off the beaches during winter time,
Well, you just
than
have
Front
one.
Street. That's my
The problem
personal
is when you say this is the trash place, then people feel like, well, you didn't leave enough area for me, so I'm just leaving my trash around it. And then it probably takes twice as long to pick it up.
It does, and then the seagulls get into it also, and the seagulls make a mess, and a lot of our time, that's why we send two guys, because not only do they dump the trash, they also police the area around it, pick up any trash that the seagulls will pull out or that are thrown out, and get the area cleaned up. So.
All right, so let's go
sorry,
to the
positive
beach
news.
commission and you can take some off the beaches now, are we all good with that for the winter?
Yeah, I think we have to revisit when we have our discussion about the budget, about looking at what the needs are for this department, because I do think we need to not be penny wise and county village, because the town is our biggest, the beach is our biggest resource. I think piloting is a great idea, and I think it's essential that work with the beach commission, because they will be really helpful in getting the word out to everyone.
And I can put a message board right up on the board, I can light the whole beach up with a nice message board. Okay.
Just for the
Yeah, I
minutes,
think
are
the
you talking about taking all the barrels away at the beaches or?
No, I don't think so, I think he just wants to reduce them, right?
We want
I'm
to
just
take,
In the
confused
winter, right?
what the direction is.
So we will take the one away from Egypt, and is it what it said?
Then what about the dog waste? Where are the, tomorrow's.
take it with,
I wanna get the
And
minutes
again,
right.
isn't that the smaller, or you can only fit, and the fact that you can fit household waste, to me, is part of the issue. Like, we should have
I know,
a smaller entry point to the trash.
that's
in the dumpster, if you had a chute.
We do have the chute on a lot of them, but
Sometimes
they
they
take a
get
couple right off.
pulled off, they get ripped off, and
Right, again, this comes down to budget of like, let's get this,
we
get a better barrel.
learned this we learned when we had a severe drought, we did a public campaign to educate folks about what the challenges are, people stepped up.
Yeah.
So I think it's essential that we do, I mean, I don't think this is any different. You know, if folks know that that the system's being abused and there's a true cost to it, we might have to take barrels away. People are gonna be a little more respectful, I think, if we tell them. And so I think working with the beach commission will help get that order.
All right, thanks for bringing it to our attention, we'll.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next year. All right. Now, the next topic is an update, discussion and vote on the John Carter Memorial Project. Let's see Kim and Joe. There she is. Hey, Jim.
Oh, no, he was good.
You're gonna start us off, Joe?
What I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, is introduce the John Connors Memorial Committee.
Great.
The Veterans Advisory Council met with them on February 7th, and they presented their proposal, which was
really, really organized. I think you have a copy of that. And also gave us their decision on where they would like to have a memorial place. And they're gonna show you that now, the same presentation that we received. I just wanted to let the board know that the Veterans Advisory Council is all in favor of where they want to place it. We were very impressed with the placement of the memorial. And I strongly urge you to go along with us.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I do want to weigh in on the trash situation. Thanks for inviting us this evening, and I'm one of the members of the executive committee. And if you would turn to page 2 of the overview, you'll see we have a little schedule here. We divided the presentation into really 5 sections. I'll provide an update on the progress. Joe Mitchell's going to do a little update on our kickoff party, the gala event we have planned. Todd's going to do the construction and fundraising. And Chaz Fagan, I think you put a glimpse of Chaz on the screen. He's going to be our sculptor. He's going to present his ideas for the sketches and the painting. And then we'll have questions and answers after that. Good. So as far as progress, a little update. We had an expansion of the executive committee. That's why I held off on introducing myself. My name is Frank Forbes. I'm one of the newer members. That was they had 7 originally, now there's 10. And that was done with thought in mind about what the needs were of the committee. I'm a Holy Cross graduate. I went to school with John Connors. As far as ROTC, we're commissioned together. We have a lot of WPI people involved. They're trying to pull some Holy Cross guys in because we all did a crosstown commissioning through ROTC Holy Cross. So I knew John and I was commissioned with him. I was stationed with him in Virginia Beach. And so I was considered a valuable asset for the liaison with Holy Cross. Another person we had was Bob McKirk. He is a graduate of WPI, Industrial Engineering, 1987, same year as John. And he was John's roommate for 3 years in college. Spent his career as operations and supply chain executive, and he retired as vice president of supply chain after 35 years with Millipore in Burlington, Mass. And Bob is managing the whole gala event that we have scheduled for June 3rd. Susan Lanternier, a little French on that. Susan just joined us. She is a graduate from University of California at Santa Barbara. She owned a heavy equipment construction business for 23 years in both California and Nebraska. Also owned and operated a 25-acre horse rescue ranch in Nebraska. Paired horses with local veterans who battled post-traumatic stress disorder. And Susan is assisting the executive director, Tom Capoletti. I don't know if he was here last time, but Tom is on a very long list of tasks, and she's assisting with that. She's already jumping in pretty strong with our gala event. So we expanded the executive committee. How are we spreading John Connor's story? Bullet 2. We update the website at least once a month with our progress. In February, we had an article published in Blast magazine, which is a SEAL community magazine. And the article highlights John's story and how far the project has come in the past few years. And in March, we have an article that's going to come out in the WPI Journal, which is the magazine for WPI alumni. The article will include personal stories from our executive committee and how they knew John when he attended WPI. And then we just were able to secure the master ceremony for the June 3rd event. Is going to be Gene Levanchi from Fox 25 TV morning co-host. And we're talking to Gene about featuring John Connor's story on Fox 25 TV. And in the next few months, the executive committee member John Sheehan, who couldn't be here tonight, will talk to reporters at the Boston Globe regarding the gala event. So that's where we sit with some of those projects. And everything we've talked about really is trying to expand the credibility of the operation, trying to get people behind it, because eventually it's a financial thing too, right? So we want people behind us, but the expansion of the executive committee did that, and spreading John's story is already doing that. We're pulling in a lot more people. So as a result, we're receiving larger donations from individuals and corporations. When we met last time, we typically received $100, $200 donations on the GoFundMe page. Now we receive donations of $1,000, $5,000, yes, one already $10,000. So the question isn't if we get this done, it's when. And now I'll turn this presentation over to Joe, who's going to fill in on some other project details.
Good evening, board members. I'm Joe Mitchell. It's good to see you again. At our kickoff party last fall, we held that at the Cheever Tavern in Norwell. And it was twofold. One was to raise money, but also raise awareness and grow our network. It was a sold out event. in one night, we raised $33,000. So between donations, people having a good time, and a silent auction, there was some experiential prizes, and people were very generous. But also, people they hear John's story, they're impressed with John's story, and they always seem to be more than happy to donate their time, treasure, and talent. And that's how our team is growing. We're very happy with that. Next slide, please. So that was our first shot, and that gave us some seed money, and now we're growing. So alongside the USS Constitution on June 3rd, we'll be having our gala event. It is not a fundraiser, because that's national park property, so they're very strict rules, and we're abiding by them. And this is very common with them, but we will be expanding our network even further. There's the list of guests includes admirals, generals, John's platoon from the Navy SEALs, heads of industry, and who else? And elected officials. Plenty of individuals, including the state rep and the state senator. So they are invited. If you ever cross their paths, to encourage them to attend. We have a fundraising goal of $250,000, and we're pretty confident we can reach that. We'll have another silent auction. There'll be no transactions will take place there, but in advance and electronically. Again, experiential events, skiing, airline flights. There may be a brand new Jeep. So we're working on those kinds of things. And what's great about this group is everybody brings something different to the table. So we're very happy with the group we have. And as mentioned, Gene Levanchi of Boston 25 is going to be our master of ceremonies. And next slide, please. So the save the date is out already. We're working on invitations and other finer details. And with the new members of the team, we're very confident that it's going to go off very well. Rain or shine, we have outdoor tents, porta potties, caterer, DJ, photographer. It's like a very large wedding. Next slide, please. And this is you, Todd.
Thank you. My name is Tom Molina. I live in East Providence, Rhode Island. I was also a roommate of John Connors at WPI, and he and I were also midshipmen in the ROTC unit at Holy Cross. After graduation, I served in the Marines, and John had accepted a commission in the Navy. And since leaving the Marines, I've spent a career as an engineer and construction manager. Go on to the next slide, please. I prepared a project schedule just to show you how we plan on doing this. The schedule is broken down, as you can see, into fundraising, procurement and development of the statue itself and its components, civil engineer and landscape designer, going through and doing drawings and construction and design documents that we need in order to get a contractor when it's finally ready. And then after that, finally is construction. You can see that our fundraising is running concurrently with the development of the statue and also any design that needs to be done. So we're not wasting any time, but as we go a little bit to the right, you can see construction will kick off. The plan is for summer of 24 and to finish construction sometime in fall of 24, so we have time to do the plantings with the season, within the construction season. So our plan is to finish construction by the end of 2024. Thank you.
Next on via Zoom, Maureen, if you can turn on Mr. Fagan's microphone, if that's possible. Chaz, can you hear us? Can you speak now? Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Chaz.
Great.
Can you see the slide that's up?
Yep, I'm ready. Yep.
Fantastic.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here, and I was actually physically there in October. I love my visit and hope to come back. So what you're seeing in front of you is the original sketch, the oil sketch for the concept of this sculpture. You're already familiar with it, but now comes the big question of where to place it. And when I was there and visiting, the idea was in front of the senior center, and then also in the town common just down the street. And personally, when I had a chance to actually be on the ground there, I was struck by the power and the beauty of Scituate's town common. Its message of remembrance and honor and just plain emotion. It was just a great location. And so what you're seeing now is a pencil rendering, just an aerial view of that layout of the town common. And as you all know, more than anyone, is that it is a beautiful existing space that recognizes members of Situate's community that, selflessly served others. And John Connor's sculpture is a sculpture to selflessness. So in terms of an ideal location, it is it, but it is it by design. And that's because, it by its nature is a commemorative space to mark and honor those who came before, to follow, those like fellow townspeople who stepped up and stepped forward and served and saved others. And it highlights Situate's, the continuity of Situate's reflected character. Hold on the drawings here, hold on. And yeah, flying through. And it highlights the dedication that Scituate has for service and throughout its history, which is impressive. And all of this is evidenced by all the markers you see when you visit the town common. So from left to right, this is from west to east. They all tend to be organized on the same unifying axis along the longest length of First Parish Road. And so on the far left, you've got the World War II, and then you move in, you got the flag, and you can go farther east, and you get Civil War Monument. And if you keep going all the way to the end, you've got the beautiful World War I stone and bronze bas-relief. So it has the tradition, it is there, and it is organized and beautiful already. And the visual themes that come with it, so the artistic language is already there of bronze and stone, and having these pieces placed. So next slide. So yes, the location now comes, if it's there, where do you put it? Well, the circle that's slightly colored there toward the middle is a location that I found and I loved. And it is, there's a green space there that is all grass, just wide open. And the great part there is that if that is a location for the sculpture, it balances symmetrically with the Civil War monument in terms of the green space that's available without disruption of any kind. And well, let's go to the next slide. So in order to give you an idea of what things might look like, here's just a quick pencil sketch of that same view down along the long axis, and you're passing the view of the Civil War Memorial or monument, and you have potentially the location of the piece. Next slide. Another view, this is from the looking down toward the south. And the catch here is that, or the takeaway for me in drawing this was that this is an established, beautiful, mature landscape. And what I wanted to do is have the sculpture not overtake it, but be taken in with it. And so become part of it. And that's, I think, shown pretty well in this drawing. Next slide, please. Here's a view from a location at looking north. And so the First Parish Road is at your back. And it shows that green lawn, that open space that's available for the piece. It also shows the angle, the direction of the piece. The figure is moving, there's motion in it. And just purely from the artistic side of things, knowing that the pedestrians will be walking the length of that street, First Parish Road, or driving it in either direction, and they'll be catching glimpses of the piece between trees and foliage, etc. You're now compounding that environment or that experience, because the statue is moving in a direction and you're moving in a direction while looking at it. So it gives that extra dynamic layer to the whole interaction with the sculpture, which from a sculptor's perspective is just, ideal. Next slide, please. This one shows more of the context. So it's as if you're standing in proximity with the sculpture, and you get to see how it interacts with the rest of the space, and especially the other elements there. So the other vertical element is the Civil War Memorial or monument, and our piece is also vertically oriented, but it's not as tall, of course, as that piece. But in just being a vertical piece with stone and bronze, it will be a visual line of sight, a destination, a rhythm through the space that already exists. It's just tremendous location. But the other detail is the figure is facing and oriented toward the American flag, which is completely fitting. It is just outside, just out of sight because it's just behind the foliage on the left, but just to the left of that Civil War monument. And he too is therefore looking at the flag, but his orientation also means that he's looking toward the Civil War monument and the others there, so that he too is honoring those from the past. And just before we go to the next, well, let's go to the next. This is a oil painting I did to give a better idea of what it could look like within that landscape and how it would fit with it. And you can see that same theme of bronze and stone. You can see the placement is not crowded in or anything. And the hope, the result of is a sculpture that respectfully joins the assembled monuments in remembering Scituate's great citizens who chose to serve their fellow Americans and their neighbors. Now, from the artist's perspective, again, the artist's goal for this would be to offer up an exemplary story, a story of a young man from Scituate who selflessly served others. He did so throughout his short life of 25 years, right up to his actions that day in Panama in 1989. And so the sculpture will then kind of become a visual invitation to viewers to follow his lead, to be the one to step forward and to do right. On a very personal note, I guess, next slide. I've learned and I've witnessed throughout this project that John Connor's actions impacted and inspired people and people around him. This will be John's chance to reach out and inspire even more people, future generations of people who call Scituate home. Thank you very much. I would, next slide, please. Happy to answer questions, but quickly, there are a couple snapshots we threw in. These show the actual space we've been talking about. There on the left, there is the green space that is open as it is now, beautiful and inviting. And then on the right is roughly the positioning of where the piece would be relative to the others. So where the grouping is where the piece would stand. And then the last slide here is this is to show you what's to come. So this is the next step. So what we have currently is a concept and drawings. The next step is a model, a maquette, and I do them at about 1/3 scale, so 24 inches tall roughly. And this one I included just because it's roughly comparable in terms of subject matter and accoutrements and military garb, etc. And this is Neil Armstrong. His larger than life-size version stands in front of his museum in Wapakoneta, Ohio. So thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. Open up to the board. Any comments or thoughts? More?
Thanks. Thank you. I love the location. I love everything about it. It's terrific. I do have a question about the height. The Civil War Memorial is on a rise, right? So will the height be the same or will it?
No.
Excuse me?
No,
It'll
no,
be a little bit shorter, right? Okay.
Yeah, definitely shorter. The total dimension here in this, our guess at this point is about 14 feet. So the figure's larger than life. The idea there is from experience is that if you sculpt a figure that's actually life size, so just 6 feet or so, and you have it in bronze, so that means it's dark, and you just have it out in a huge space, the space just diminishes it to tiny looking. So it's got to be larger than life for sure, so about 7 feet or so. And then if it's approximately the same with the stone beneath, we're about at 14 feet.
Okay, great, thank you. It's beautiful, and I love the location.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, especially the landscape and using all the different elements together, the location, it's such a great spot. It's pretty striking too, just the visual in that direction. And to me, it's how uniform it all kind of work together.
Again, your comment is absolutely beautiful, and the way each one is featured in kind of a sea of lawn, a sea of grass that's just so inviting. You know, that basically all I'm doing is using that exact same language.
Karen,
I'm so impressed with the care and attention that you are giving to every element of this, and I personally think that it's going to so bring honor to the Connors story, but also to our community. So I obviously, and we talked about this earlier, I mean, we want to be very mindful that we let folks know, you know, what we're planning. 'Cause this is a very big commitment to put a monument like this where we have honored others beforehand. So I don't want it to be a surprise, obviously. I don't expect that any of you guys will overlook that. I did receive a call today that was interesting about the origin of the design of that parcel. And our historic society has, you know, is now aware of this. And I would like to make sure that we engage them to make sure that we're not doing something disrespectful to the original intent of that site. I don't suspect that's the case, but you know, I don't know if Gigi wants to add anything. She's from, no?
No, I think we'd be more than happy to help out in terms of looking at the homestead design of the park and you know, just kind of serving as advisors to help you out.
Pick up on that, Chaz?
I'm just breathless here. Wait, did you say it was an Olmsted design?
Yes, sir. Which I found out today too and went, well, what?
That's that answers a lot of questions. It was just stunning when I was there, and now I know why.
Okay.
Incredible.
We'd be thrilled to engage with the Historic Society.
Great, thank you.
Well, sorry, I'm gonna have to say this. I wish we had a discussion at least about the alternative site in front of the Veterans Memorial Gym. Because I think that is an area that is greatly in need of attention. The Veterans Memorial Gym, to my understanding, is probably not gonna go anywhere for a very long time. We also have a tradition in Scituate of honoring people with plaques versus monumental statues. And it is a beautiful statue, there's no doubt about it, and it's an inspiring story. But I just want us to be sure that we've given some thought to, I would like to see the area in front of the Memorial Gym become a place where we can honor all of the people who sacrifice for whatever reason. And that gym has that big blank brick wall. So I would like to see if some thought could be given to that particular site. I'm hearing that no one necessarily agrees with me necessarily, but I would be remiss if I didn't say to you that I was concerned. And I don't know of another person in Scituate where we have an actual statue. Can anyone? I think so. I mean, even Chief Justice Cushing, he was one of the original 5 Associate Justices of the United States Supreme Court, appointed by George Washington and served for 20 years as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. The memorial we have to him is a little tiny park, it's very nice, but I don't think there's a statue of him there. And we do have a rock with a plaque on it that was done by a prominent sculptor at the Rotary, and it's called the Dallin plaque after the designer. So I want us to think about it. That's just me.
Can I say something?
Actually, me first, Chaz, if you don't mind, with the chair's permission, through the chair. True, this is, it's a statue of John, but as a committee, and then I think Chaz is gonna go even further with this. As a committee, it is a statue of John, but it is about all members, male and female, who have sacrificed, not only just sacrificed, but give back to their community because it's such a story. We want to make sure that story is told. And in that, Chaz, I learned earlier today that we now have the title of this statue, and I'll let you expand on that. Chaz, are you ready for that?
Sure. So yeah, the idea here was it is a likeness. I will be doing a likeness of John, so that if anyone who recognizes his face will see his face there, but that the figure was to be more inclusive than just John, because of his service and his efforts were much more inclusive than just himself. And so my goal was to present this as a piece that has a much broader message of selflessness, of service, especially, and even in the design of it. So you have the figure stepping forward. He is doing that. He's taking action. He's not just standing by. So it's that united goal to do that same thing in service. And to that end, sculptures like this, at least mine, take a while to kind of develop themselves, and eventually they even name themselves if I let them stew for a while. And in this one, the title that I'm thinking of is just a single word in Latin, and that single word translates to others, but it's in the dative. So the word is aliis, a simple word, A-L-I-I-S. So imagine that somewhere on the piece as the title, but with the title itself in English, because it's in the dative, it can be interpreted multiple ways. It is, so aliis, and then to others, for others, with others. And that describes, in my mind, the all-encompassing notion of selflessness. He's moving toward others, taking action. It's for others, the whole concept of altruism. And he is with others in it. And in his case, he was not alone. He was with his team.
Thanks. I don't have a problem with the current location, although I do agree with Karen. I think in front of that gym would have been spectacular as well. We did talk about this when you were here the last time, and it is a memorial to John and what he did, but how do we expand that to make it more now acknowledging to other people in the town of Scituate as well? We talked about, not park, but some sort of pavings around it, or like you mentioned, stones or bricks or something. So I do want to keep that thought, and I think it's beautiful. I think that is a place of recognition, and it goes well in that area. I do want to make sure that we do expand it beyond John's accomplishments to other people as well, because unfortunately it's going to happen. Other names are going to be worthy of recognition as well. So if we can, and that may be more in landscaping than in this actual piece itself, because the way the stone is, you can't put other things up, like you said, the wall. But I do want to keep that in mind, that we keep that in the design aspect of it, is how do we make the expansion of it to other kind of memorial opportunities, for other heroes.
Do you want to speak to that at all, Chaz? As far as the benches go, or the other concepts that? Well, in general, my gut, especially given that amazing space, is not to disrupt it as much as possible. So the idea of actually paving in there goes kind of counter to what's there. But I was thinking that it is when you're in that space, you really want to just be there, and often people can't just stand the whole time, and there are maybe there's a chance to do radiating out, and not grand in any sense, but maybe just 5 by 2 block stones there as places to sit, so a place to soak up the park space. But that may offer a place to honor different people with different names, or maybe different sectors of people, carved into the sides and backs of those benches. So if you're on the outside, you can see what it's for. But again, it's a question of trying to minimize that visual, so keeping it low to the grass, to the view. But there may be some ways there.
Okay. Obviously this is something I think you should keep in mind in the development process, but I have to say I agree with when you think about what's already there, and they're all standalone, they're impactful, And this would, I think, complement that, and I think we have to be careful not to detract from that sort of reflectiveness that's there. But I like the idea of low stones or something like that, but we could also explore something at the veterans, which I think would be very appropriate too, if we're gonna do some kind of wall. So I don't think they
I'm not saying a wall, I'm
necessarily
just-
have to be married, but if your team can think about it, I think you know what we're talking about, right? Is but we don't, I personally think that if you over design it and to try to solve for that, you're gonna diminish what this is gonna do.
I think, Karen, I mean, don't speak, I think what Karen, what she said brought to me is, we've got a Civil War memorial, we've got a World War I memorial, you know, and then we have a memorial to a single person. And I think we just wanna make sure that that's more expansive, not to take away from him, but also including more is what's going through my mind, so. I think this is beautiful. So what are we looking for? Any comments from the audience? No? Joe, everyone on the committee supported this?
Yes.
Great. What's the next step from us then? We need to vote to approve the spot? Is that what we're actually doing this evening?
I think you can vote to approve the location, I think that's what they're looking for, so they can take this and say, when they go out to the fundraising, here's the location, here's what it's gonna be, here's what it's gonna look like.
Okay. Does anyone have any,
Yeah, I have another question.
just one second, I'll come to you. Yes.
Is his name Chaz?
Chaz, just correct.
Chaz, I'm just looking at your renderings and they may not be, all perfectly measured out. But did you take into consideration also being like equidistant from the elephant park? Because that's an iconic garden, whatever, for us in this area. And it doesn't look balanced to me, but that's just me and it's me looking on a rendering. So I didn't know if you took into consideration that elephant park piece. You know what I'm talking about, where the elephant statue is?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, because that's
Yeah.
really important to us, and if we're thinking about seating, I just wanna make sure we're mindful of the balance of that, not to kind of just throw it on top of that, because that's a really important piece to everybody here as well.
Yeah, the rendering you have is obviously by hand, but it's as accurate as, can be, I guess. But but no, that particular park, the circular area there is also low. And so therefore it doesn't intrude visually. And the placement where I'm thinking of this piece is more just along that organizational axis that parallels the street, so that the major verticals from flag to Civil War, et cetera, are just a nice rhythm through the big open space. And the other attraction that happens is that you're in that space and those become destinations. So they're markers for destinations, the next spot to go. And that's where it's that rhythm through that space is very effective. And it just so happens that opening or that space is there and it lines up roughly, because nothing is perfectly lined up or on purpose in that area. So that was the reasoning behind it and why it ties in visually with the Civil War, but it doesn't necessarily, intrude on the others.
How many feet is it from the elephant fountain? Approximately.
I'm not sure. It's a distance. You can look at the snapshot. I think maybe the photographs at the end of the slides, but it is quite a distance. And if you look at the overlay too, it's.
I think that's what more is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it.
Oh, you did, okay.
Thank you though.
There you go. Even in the painting too, you can see it.
Ma'am, if you can just give us your name and address.
My name is Mary Porter, 91 Lobster Road, and I'm a trustee of the Scituate Historical Society. And I just wanted to speak a bit about the location. Mr. Fagan just learned moments ago that this is an Olmsted Park. So obviously nobody in the committee is aware of the history of the park and the original intention of the park. And I think it's kind of a disservice to Mr. Fagan and the committee not having that input, including the original drawings for the park that are held by the Olmsted Archives of National Park Service. The park was first used in 1916 as a tribute to the Grand Army, and that's an original Civil War. Then between that time and 1919, they engaged Olmsted Brothers at that time to work with the town to turn it into a war memorial park. So the whole park has been a memorial for Scituate people who have served and given the ultimate sacrifice for our country. And over the years, there's never really been a formal process over maintaining the park or the process for adding things to it. In general, though, it has been, as Karen mentioned, there's been mostly plaques on rocks. So there's been low impact. And there's never been, as has also been mentioned, anything that's particular to an individual. Everyone's sort of treated the same level of, of merit is given to everyone. So to add something new to the park, and as you noticed, you intuitively understood the beauty and the specialness of this Olmsted Park. I just think that having a little more thought about the location would be a wise thing to do, given that we're going to be permanently changing this very historic park. And it's Olmsted designed Central Park in New York, the World's End in Hingham, the whole Arnold Arboretum, including the Boston Common, the US government gardens in Washington. So it's a very, very special place. And I think that many people in the town don't know what we have right down the street here. And I think that when they learn what it is, are more educated about what we have, and the thought that we're about to change it without the town having any input to it, I just think it's a little out of order. And if we could, I don't know what the exact process is for getting the approval for this thing to go forward, but it'd be nice to just at least take a step back and let people understand, that we're dealing with an Olmsted Park here, a very historic, over 100-year-old park, dedicated as a war memorial. And do we want to, change it to this degree, or is there another place in town that could honor this person just as well?
So that's kind of the process we're going through now. Do you have any idea, what are you thinking would be to further vet it? Dan, I'll get you in 1 second.
Well, I don't know why I didn't know about this occurring as a person living in Scituate. So I feel like, does the town know that we're about to make a change to Lawson Park? Does the average citizen? I mean, I didn't know about it until it was on the agenda for tonight. I was recently upset about a tree being planted that was an inappropriate species. And we had talked about this last December, and we're working on a letter to town officials about that, because that indicated that someone's not, well, many people obviously don't know what Olmsted Park is and the history of it and the importance of it. It's on all the national park websites. There's actually an organization that's set up to help towns try and preserve Olmsted gardens and parks. So, I don't want to hold up the fundraising or this process for this memorial from going forward in any way, but can that occur without the exact location in town having to be set before that?
I mean, they probably could, but I would imagine this group would like to have some, some structure in terms of what's gonna happen next, and probably clearly make sure that it's going to happen. But let's just hold that for 1 second. I'll have Dan, and I'll get you, sir. Dan?
Dan Penley, 65 Forest Lane. If I'm not mistaken, from what I heard tonight, there isn't a final design of the memorial. And if you're looking to put it in a place without a final design, I think that's a little premature. Because if I'm not hearing this correctly, there were discussions about different aspects of the memorial, what it would look like, what it would consist of, et cetera, besides the statue that was presented. And if there's no decision on what that memorial is going to look like, I think it's premature to decide where you're going to put something you don't know what it's going to look like. My opinion.
I think the statue is, I think the design of the statue is finalized. That's what it's going to look like. I think you probably were coming off my statement about the expansion of the memorialization of that area.
Right.
Yeah, that may be more me than we. But that is what the statue is gonna look like. What do you guys think on the comment about further communication?
I think we need further public input.
Well, that's what I said in my comments too, is that we have, I mean, this is a big, big
It's
deal.
a big deal.
You know, even Olmsted apart, I personally fully support it, but, I think you're right. I don't think many folks outside this room know that we are proposing this, and we need to integrate that into the project, and earlier, sooner rather than later.
And through the chair, yeah, I think, Joe Mitchell again, absolutely right, and this team would be more than happy to do outreach, say, a meeting, you know, with the help of the Historic Commission, with the help of the Veterans Advisory Council, putting on the town's website and their Facebook page and stuff like that, so come one, come all, a certain afternoon, or maybe even two, one in the afternoon, one in the evening, have our drawings, talk to people, share what the park really is, so people are more aware and realize we want to work with the community, we're not trying to be obtrusive. If that's something, so and we do want to, you know, move forward if at all possible through the select board. If someone had a motion to allow us to use X number of square feet, you know, with the guidance of the Veterans Advisory Council, and with having an outreach, at least one outreach meeting, well advertised, and you're all invited to move forward.
I guess this is one of the reasons why statues don't get built a lot, is the work and the progress that goes on, and then sometimes I think there's overanalysis and there's the paralysis. I grew up in Easton, and if you go to Easton, the elementary school there is called the Richardson Olmsted School, and Oliver Ames helped. You actually have to learn the history of Olmsted, Richardson, senior year. And don't forget going to the Rockford, which is an Olmsted Civil War memorial there. And it's been ingrained in you of what Olmsted did for Orland State Park and go on endlessly. But we used those properties. We went to the library, went to the Rockford where it was. They would do the Christmas lights, everything that's there. If we want our kids and people to know more about this history, I think this conversation and going forward with some sort of a statue there to attract people there to know about it is going to be the greatest way for us to enrich our history of what's there. And I don't disagree that we don't have enough statues. The fact we don't have Rebecca and Abigail Bates statue, shame on us, and we should do it. But again, this is how difficult it is and the work that's there. I fully believe that we can absolutely respect the history of Olmsted and what's there. And it's clearly obvious from the work that you folks have put in that this person represents something bigger than just one individual person. And I think you're understanding that we want to help incorporate that. And I mean, I'm comfortable moving forward, especially if we start integrating with the Historical Society to make sure that we're not going to do something that's absolutely, I know that by using it more, that's what Olmsted wanted us to do, not to just do it and never touch it and do anything else. No. It's for us to actually use it, understand it, learn about it, and actually have kids go there. Because let's be honest, how often is that property really used? Do we really bring our kids there? Do we really ever go and show? No, we don't. No, I'm sorry, it's no one ever goes there. This is gonna be a reason this conversation is going to be there. We need to utilize that green space much, much more than it is. So that's where I am.
I'm gonna, go ahead.
I just have a question, now knowing that it's an Olmsted Park, Chaz, does that change sort of, as you're thinking and listening to some of the commentary, does that change your thought process a little bit as to maybe placement or just taking a different look at and I'm not saying it needs to, I'm just wondering if now hearing that your mind is turning as well.
Uh, I know that, here's the confession, my immediate thought was that I've got some tremendous architect acquaintances and friends. And I was wondering, what classicists might help me in making something that would fit suitably into that park. And now, with that knowledge, I don't think there'd be any problem whatsoever in getting some help. But no, there is a tradition, of course, with Olmsted. I'm very familiar with his work, and the idea of continuing as time goes by. The 100 years or so. I'm sure he knew that there was more to come, but that if you can stay within that language and keep it, a traditional and nod to him, I think that would, I can see that as a possibility, again, with consultation, et cetera. Yeah, well, I was blown away when I heard that, because now you all have a treasure that is wonderful. It's a great spot, and now I know why. And this effort would be something to have another attraction there for the park or for the park space.
And thank you. I think and for me, it aligns with the intent of Olmsted. I had no idea either, so I'm so glad the Historical Society is involved, or Commission, whichever one, sorry. Because I think it's important. I think it'd be great to have public sessions to let folks know what is happening, but I'm with Andrew. I don't want to paralyze the whole initiative. I want to educate and make sure that it fits within the intent of the park, but I don't want to paralyze it and put it on a ballot and all that, because I just think that's crazy. I think that's what we're here for, and as long as we're taking the time to reach out and do public education, make sure it's not just, the veterans, and shame on me, being on the select board for 10 years, I had no idea that was an Olmsted park, no idea. So we've got to do a better job as a historical society and commission as well, educating folks about that. So, or else we would have, I think, from the onset said, don't just work with the Veterans Society, bring in the Historical Society as well, so we could have preempted some of this. And, shame on me and us for not knowing that. I know we did.
Yeah.
Jack Whitaker, 594 Countryway. I'm a veteran, otherwise a longtime citizen of Scituate. What strikes me about this memorial, and frankly, I'm seeing it for the first time here for other reasons, is that it's not just a wall, which is sometimes very nice with a list of names. It's a statue, much like the famous raising of the flag at Iwo Jima. There's several flags, statues at Gettysburg, the action figures that embody a concept. So this isn't a memorial to a war and a group of people who served in the war. It's more than that. It's a statue that presents a concept, patriotism, self-service, and it's exceptional, and I think it belongs in an exceptional place, and this committee has picked, I think, a superb location for it. And this is going to be, as I say, a remarkable piece of art that presents a concept. Not to take away, and actually my name is on the wall in Natick, along with all the other people who served in Vietnam with me, but it has a whole different feel than this, which presents that concept. And so I would suggest that we should go forward with this. Also, we need, I think, more publicity. While I'm here, I just mentioned briefly that Scituate has done very little to commemorate the people who served in the Revolution, to say nothing of King Philip's War, which was a desperate day-long battle in this town. And those earlier colonial wars are something that needs attention. And we remember on the Historic Commission, there's actually writing a book about the people who served during the Revolution, so it's interesting. But what I wanted to just emphasize is the nature of this piece of art suggests it should be in an exceptional location. So thank you.
Thanks. David, did you want to say something?
Me?
Yeah, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, I had a thought.
Just your name and address.
Maria Purcell, 35 Broadwood Lane. It's coming up to Olmsted Park. I have a background in architecture and such a famous name. If the concern is that no one knows about this gem and the history of it, maybe there should be some more information, like not a plaque, but something on the park that shows the history and the intent of the design, and something completely different than the sculpture. But I think that would be really valuable. As I'm walking around, I'd love to see that and read about the history and the design of the park itself.
Great. Mr. Kelly?
Yes, just as a side note, if you keep in mind the aerial view of the park, it symbolizes a folded flag. I got one of those at my son's ceremony. So if you look at it, it's exactly like a folded flag.
Sir,
Yeah, so, yeah, go ahead.
if I just may add quickly, I'm not from Scituate. When I first visited the park, I was impressed, I was very impressed with the Civil War Memorial. So I looked up the history of it, and I believe it was Lawson who paid for the Civil War Memorial. And the first time it was proposed, it was actually unsuccessful. It was rejected, and it was built several years later after the second effort.
We got a way of doing that. Yeah, yes.
I, for one, would not like to simply present this to the community as a fait accompli. I would like to think that we're gonna get true input. I've been through the past year or so, the Pier 44 Park redevelopment, and it has been painstaking. It's been, I had people yelling at me the other night at a party about it. These are really important decisions that we make for a community. And I don't think that just telling people, this is what it is and this is where it's going and that's all there is. And I would like to think that we could give people a couple of alternatives. I still believe that in front of the old Gate School, it's a beautiful piece of property. It's been slightly neglected because we've been doing a lot of construction over there. But I could see where this particular piece could actually stand out there and attract people there. And that's just my idea. So I would rather, and I understand what it's like to have a project schedule. I do. And I understand the architect wanting the most beautiful site possible for this memorial. But I think we owe it to the community to do a little more investigating, a little more taking in what people have to say. And it's very possible that most of the community, and it's great place, wonderful, do it. And I am not in any way diminishing this young man's accomplishments. And I do think it's an important story to tell in our town. I just want to be sure that we have the support of the town. We'll never get 100%, I understand that. But that we give them a couple of alternatives. I, for one, would like to go with whoever is designing this. I don't think that the sculptor necessarily has to come back, but I'd like us to do a tour of what Gates looks like, I know what the Lawson Common looks like. I'm just reluctant to make this change as monumental a change as it is tonight. I think we owe it to the community to do a little more outreach and a little more getting input back. So,
Can I ask one more question? Sorry, I moved on. What other sites did you look at? I mean, that did not come before us. So, if.
Yeah,
Any other sites?
you first, Chaz.
Sure. Yeah, when I arrived, there were two sites presented, so just A or B. And the first was in front of the senior center. So there's a space there, but there's also, the flagpole is in pretty much the central spot. So you'd find yourself kind of crowding the space. And then I was thinking of access and visibility, and it is there, but I know pedestrian traffic is not that great up there. And so given the choice to the town common that was designed as a memorial, it just became an obvious spot to be included among the great people who had served before.
I know when we were in front of this board last, we chose to go back and work with the Veterans Advisory Council. We preliminarily looked at a number of different sites, and for whether it be size or access or traffic, it was narrowed down to those two. And then Chaz looked at them. That's where we are today.
Great, all right, well, we've had a lot of discussion on this. I think, as you mentioned, you're not opposed to going out and doing further outreach, which Karen mentioned as well, which, we are elected to make these decisions, but certainly, and we have gone to the Veteran Advisory Commission for their input, but I'm surprised that the historical people didn't know about it and other groups. So I think it makes sense to go out and give people an opportunity to give feedback if they want to. One second. But I also don't want to slow down your project. And if we start trying to get 18,000 opinions on it, we'll never get to an endpoint. So I think we've got to manage this as thoughtfully as we can, but also not miss an opportunity that somebody may have a great idea to put someplace else. So what's the board's thought on proceeding with saying, setting up a meeting within the next, say, 4 weeks or something, so that it doesn't slow you down, and we'll get all the different boards to reach out to their constituents to come in and be involved. And we'll get Seth to put something on, we'll mention it on our Monday things as well. And let's see if we can get some feedback from them. We'll have somebody moderate it so that it doesn't get out of control. And then come back shortly after that and try and make a decision.
I would further suggest that the Veterans Commission host it, because we've lived with this already, and you're a member of our community.
You handed it to us a year ago.
Yeah.
And we worked on it for a year.
Right.
And this is the solution we came up with.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't uncommon, that something's going on in town.
A
and-
year?
Well, that people don't know about it. It's a challenge that we have, is communicating to them. So, does that sound like a good plan for everybody?
I'd like to do an on-site over there.
You can go on site.
Yeah, I mean, but with some people. To let
I'll go
people
with
know. Not you. Anyway,
Nancy will
Well,
go.
I think, we can figure out the details, but I love the idea of postpone our vote, not more than a month.
Yeah.
And have an opportunity for all of the committees and do our part in making sure people know
Yeah.
that this is something that we're on the cusp of deciding, and that should still fit with your timetable.
I'll give you the last word.
Bob McLean, 155 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I'm also on the Veterans Committee. Yeah, I was gonna ask what constitutes like proper public notification for a meeting? Because, we could put out the notification, but if the tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, then, does it make a noise, and like, will we be able to vote on it? Move forward, even if if the public is notified, but maybe they don't come in, and then you'll hear about it on Facebook, in 3 years, but what constitutes like sufficient like public notification that, hey, we're gonna be talking about this? Because I think that's really the critical issue here, that, we're saying we want to have more people involved and more opinions, so okay, like we can lead that horse to water. I'm beating metaphors up right now, but
We get your point. Yeah, so this is, again, common, right? We're building a new water treatment plant. Oh my God, what do you mean? We've been talking about for 4 years. So we can make Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you gotta post it 48 hours before your meeting. So they've had several meetings with the Veteran Advisory, they've had several meetings with us, so it's been out there. But we can make a further pitch to communicate it better, to go through other channels. And that's what we'll do for this meeting, and get people in a room, and you'll go over your presentation, and we'll give people the opportunity to give input. And then ultimately, we'll make the decision here, once we hear that.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking for some advice, I would say, 2 weeks' notice, give people the opportunity to put it on their schedule, make sure that you advertise it not only on our website, but at the library, the historical commission sends it out, the advisory boards, like just use all those different channels you have available to you. And we'll put it on the website too, of course.
Does that work with your schedule?
Sure.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna have you coordinate it with the Veteran Advisory, and then Joe, why don't you get with Lorraine, and we'll figure out what we're gonna do in terms of where the meeting will be and try and communicate it. All right. Great, thank you all for coming in.
Thank you, appreciate your time.
All right, the next topic is a review of documents for CPC.
He'll probably do his job. One of the seniors
Hi, Dan.
Good evening.
So unfortunately, I'm an hour behind.
Okay, so I'll speak
I
fast.
gotta make up 28 minutes on your half hour.
Lorraine has my presentation.
Yep,
Nope, we just lost Lorraine.
we got it.
Okay.
We have her.
Everything's in your back.
So first of all, thank you for having us come in front of you to present this information. And I'd also like to thank the applicants this year. We had quite a few applications for CPC funding. I'd like to thank them. We put them through some hoops to get to the point where we could vote on them. And a lot of the applicants did a lot of work to get to that point. The first slide I'd like to talk about is kind of an eye chart, but it does list all the projects we've had for the entire year, including the last town meeting. I would like to point out a couple of items on here. There is a 2023 STM appropriation, which I'll talk about later when we get to that. That's for the Mordecai Lincoln driveway. But that's done for a particular reason, which I'll talk about when we get that. The others are pretty standard allocations of funds that we are required to, 10% for community housing, historic, open space, are all required by the law. Excuse me. We are planning to retire $271,800 for the debt for the athletic fields from several years ago, and that will be completely paid off in 2030. The 28,000 that you see underneath that, 28,954, is to make up for a shortfall we had last year. We got more money than we anticipated, so we were a little short on the community housing, 10%. So that's to make up the shortfall that we had from last year. The other items, the next 8 items on the spreadsheet are the projects that we have this year, and I'll go into detail in a future slide for that. The next slide, which says CPC state match, I do want to point out that this year we're getting $780,918 from the state match. That brings us over $10 million for the life of the program since 2004. And one number or several numbers I'd like to point out is over that period of time, CPC has, the town, I should say, and the town taxpayers have funded $23,059,000 in CPC funding. And out of that, we've had a $10.5 million match from the state. That's a 40% return on the investment that we have in CPC, which I think is pretty darn good for investing your money. The next slide are the projects that will be rescinded. Most of these are completed. There are the historic surveys. There are 2 historic surveys, one of which didn't receive funding. The other was canceled because of a project that we came up with a more comprehensive, or the Historic Commission came up with a more comprehensive survey in the last town meeting. So we took back the 10,000 and the 5,000 for those 2 surveys. The other projects were all completed, and these were monies left over from what was allocated by CPC. We really have 8 projects coming up for 2023, and I'll go into each one in detail. There are 9 listed here, and that's because we broke the Mordecai Lincoln project into 2 separate entities, and I'll explain that when we get to it. I would like to mention we had some other applicants and applications that were submitted to us. Some kind of never made it past the drawing board because they weren't allowed by the CPC rules. And we did have 4 projects that were withdrawn or tabled. 3 of them will be coming back, we expect, in the fall. The Cole Parkway gazebo, because there's a lot of questions on that. And they still have funds to do repairs to the gazebo from the last time that they had gotten funds from CPC. Pickleball court just wasn't ready yet. Location, amount of money for it, et cetera. We expect that might come back in the fall. And then the renovation for the Mordecai Lincoln Homestead, which is a fairly large project, we expect will be coming back in the fall as well. The other project that was withdrawn was the playground for the Wampatuck Early Education Program. The first project that we approved was a beach signage project for $16,830. It was a request from the Scituate Beach Commission for signage at the 6 beaches in Scituate. The current signage is mismatched and inconsistent. This is to conform across the board for all the locations and confirm to the Scituate standard that's been established by the town. It's supported by the Rec Commission and the Office of Coastal Management. The plan is to have hand-carved wooden signs about 8 feet by 1 foot at each of the locations on 6x6 posts, and to have a local artisan craft the signs. The expected cost is about $14,600 with a contingency of $2,100. So the total they're asking for is $16,830. That was unanimously approved by CPC. I don't know if there are any questions.
We're very familiar with that one.
Yeah.
Okay. The next project was the Cudworth House renovation. The Historic Society in Scituate requested funding for the renovation of the Cudworth House. There was some access that was changed with the construction that was done next to the house. So some of the access was eliminated during the construction. And this is to design and construct walkways and seating areas, to develop outside interpretive signs and areas for people that are visiting the location, enlarging the rear doorway and paths for wheelchair access so they can bring a wheelchair up to the house and not necessarily go in and drive around the house, but at least be able to go up to the doorway and look at the facility. The Historic Society has additional funding, excuse me, of $26,000 from the Historic Building account, of $8,300 from the MBTA Historic Trust Fund, $19,000 from the Historic Society, and they're requesting an additional $82,500 from CPA to complete the project. The total cost of the project is $136,000, and which includes a contingency of over $9,000. And we've asked every applicant to include a contingency because of the unanticipated costs that may incur when you run into some problem, incurs additional cost, and just the time frame that it takes to complete these projects. Costs are going up, and the quotes you get today are not necessarily the ones that you're going to get when you actually do the project. So that was also unanimously voted by CPC.
So I'll ask a quick question and open up. So $136,000 to build paths and seating by the Cudworth House?
It's also renovation of the facility, the location, renovation of the back side of the house itself, and
like the structure?
Like the structure itself, yes.
Okay. Did they get a quote? Where'd they come up with that number?
They had quotes on various things and also estimates on some of the construction aspects of it.
Maura?
Hi Dan, did they give you design of all the walkways, like where they're going, how they're being placed?
Not completed designs. There were drawings that they had that were what they planned to do as far as where the parking lot was relocated, where the buildings are, and how they're going to get to the building from various places in the property.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this pretty adjacent to the location that you would like to consider putting the statue?
Yes.
So it just, I mean.
Yes and no.
So that's what I was
Well,
understand.
This is really a connection between the houses in between the parking lot and the house. As I understand it, where Karen's talking is much further up or closer to the school. I'm not sure whether you're thinking over by the gym.
In
or up
front,
the
right
top.
in front of the gym, where it
Yeah,
says.
So that's across the parking lot from the
So
Cudworth
it's the
facility.
other side, so they're not gonna be putting walkways. I
No,
don't know where
this
the
is really
stop-
connecting again, the buildings and from the parking lot to the building.
Right.
Any other?
Yeah, does any of this include was it squirrels or skunks or whatever, the damage?
Yeah, we get 2
The
squirrels and a skunk.
squirrels and a skunk, when we had damage to the inside of the Cudworth house, correct? I'm looking at the Historical Society. Is any of this money being used to help with that? Or is that completely already paid for?
That's pretty much done in
Okay.
terms of addressing the skunk infestation. One thing that is included that wasn't mentioned is, we have a very old, very historical loom in there, and that's being dismantled and rebuilt, reconstructed, kind of as part of the interior upgrade to the house. And so that's included in this request.
And this is Gigi Marachi, the new president of the Historical Society?
No.
I thought I got a letter
I'm
from
a
you.
trustee.
A trustee,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So the numbers is very large to me when I hear it pass. So what is the actual structure to the house? Is that the majority of this?
I don't know, Mary?
Do you want me to run through some
Mary,
numbers?
But just summarize.
We're adding stone dust walkway, sitting areas connecting the parking area to the buildings. So right now, when the senior center was built, the road that used to connect everything's
Yeah.
gone. So it's going between the buildings, from the parking lot to the buildings. There'll be grading. We're trying to have a walkway that's ADA compliant and also for visually impaired people to be able to make it there without, going over the grass and walkways and things. We want to enlarge the rear doorway, build a new door with hardware threshold and ramp area for wheelchair accessibility. We want, I don't know if you've ever been in the house, but there is a shed structure built. We know that we can get someone in a wheelchair into that area. We're hoping to get them into the great room, which is adjacent to that. Not sure about that until we deal with the ADA consultant as to if we can do that. But we feel that we can definitely get wheelchairs into that back room so that at least they can be able to look into the great room of the house. Then we were gonna put granite steps and stone landscape stairs from the back of the Cudworth house down to the barn, so you can walk between the barn without walking, in the grass. We wanna have interpretive signs out front, some wayfinding signage throughout the property. We wanted to put some benches, we wanted to make it like a destination. So the senior center, our hope is that with the senior center there, our site there, the town site, our barn, that would be a destination for people to come and sit, and also adjacent to Lawson Park. The loom is, it's a 300-year-old loom. We have a loom expert working with us who has donated some of his time. We have a lot of treatment that's needed to be done and had powder post beetles. Skunk infestation, that creates like an oily, nasty coating. And so that has to be cleaned by a furniture restorer and then reassembled. And then we also had conservation and preservation of some needlework samplers to display in the society. I'm sorry, I didn't give you numbers, don't we go back to the numbers for each one?
Well, just tell me which
The
big
main
one?
one is the walkways in the city areas that are connecting the parking lot to that house into the barn. That's $40,000. That's doing the handicapped accessibility walkways. That was, and the enlarging the rear doorway was $2,700. The granite steps and landscape stairs were $3,000. Benches were $8,000. We sourced the number for the benches from the Scituate Chair Company. It's, ASEC made furniture from a local company. There's about a $10,000 contingency. The loom restoration is $4,500. And the interpretive signage is 4,000. So the big number is.
That adds up to 136?
Well, it adds up
Plus
to.
contingency. Close.
All right,
170.
not the first time I've been amazed by the numbers. Any questions on this project? No? Any questions from the audience or comments? All right, sorry, Dave.
Okay. The next project is the Pier 44 Park. The Scituate Harbor Advisory Redevelopment Commission requested funding or assistance with funding for the design and engineering of the redevelopment of Pier 44 area. And basically, there's $100,000 being funded by the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, and the rest, $300,000 is being asked for from CPA for a total of $400,000 for the design and engineering of the project there. And there are various options that take place. This is not for construction. We expect additional requests in the future for some money for construction, but this is for the design and engineering and permitting, I believe, also for that project.
Any questions?
Nope, I met with Paul.
No, we've met with him a lot.
Oh, good.
Any questions from the audience?
The next project is the North Scituate Train Canopy. This is a project that has actually been going on for about 6 years. Started about 6 years ago. About 2 years ago, they had gotten some additional funding, and then with delays, COVID, increases in cost of everything, basically ran out of money. So the North Scituate Village, Friends of North Scituate Village had asked to complete the project. They're looking for $30,900 to complete the project, which includes installing lights, 2 benches, 2 permanent benches, 2 permanent tables, 2 permanent trash receptacles, and signage for the area. And I mentioned permanent because that's a requirement of the CPC funding. The project is to restore the historic facility and provide an open space area with seating for passive recreation in North Scituate.
Be careful with this trash receptacle.
So the actual canopy, all that work has been done.
Most of it has been done, yes.
All right.
So I believe they have the interior woodworking all done, the canopies finished. They need to complete the lighting there as well as the attachments to the ground that will allow for seating and people to enjoy the area.
Right, okay, thank you.
Questions? The next project was a Purple Dinosaur Playground, $260,000 being asked from CPC. In addition to that, there's a $30,000 that the Friends of Purple Dinosaur organization is seeking to do some fundraising to bring the total up to $290,000 for the project. This is one of, I believe, the only 2 playgrounds in Scituate which is not on a school property and is accessible by the public 24/7. All the other playgrounds in town are on school properties and are restricted to the schools during school hours. So this is a 30-year-old, or over 30-year-old playground, which is in desperate need of repair. In fact, there's some areas that are just not safe right now. And the plan is to keep the Purple Dinosaur theme to honor the history and memory of the park. The budget for the project, they've had quotes of $250,000 for the demolition, removal of the existing structure, excavation and preparation for the new structure, new equipment, surface installation, which includes the new rubber ground material instead of the wooden material that's currently there. And they've also included a 15% contingency, which again, we ask everybody everybody to put in some contingencies. The playground is, again, open to the public 24/7, and it's targeted at a 2 to 5 year old playground age.
Jim, will this go, Jim, will this go, under the, management of the recreation department once it's completed?
Yeah.
Okay. So make sure it looks great, so, well overdue.
Yeah, hasn't been touched in
Yeah.
25 years of my kids.
Built by parents.
Yeah, and the one, it's about half the size of the one in North Situate. And
Oh, yes, it's much smaller than the one in North.
so that one cost about $500-600. Any questions?
Okay. The next project, I think is real important. It's a Wheeler Park windows replacement for $548,000. And we've gone back and forth with the Scituate Housing Authority in getting them to be more definitive and getting various quotes, which they have, to reduce the original request down to $540,000. Seems like a lot of money, but they were talking about replacing over 300 windows in a facility. This is a facility that has elderly people, and the windows in the facility are leaking not just air, but in cases of rain and high winds, it's leaking water. It's not a good situation for these folks to be living in. They've been putting up with it for a while right now. And the Housing Authority is planning to replace all the windows in the Wheeler Park 2 facility. Apparently there's a Wheeler Park 1 facility as well. The material cost quotes have ranged from $288,000 to $449,000, depending on the manufacturer. And the labor is estimated at over $184,000 using prevailing wages and labor burden overhead profit and putting a contingency in. And they're seeking for the approval based on the middle estimate of the 3 quotes that they've already received.
So simple math says that's almost $2,000 a window.
Bargain.
Is it?
I just put 8 windows in for 16,000, so yeah.
I see those ads, buy 2, get 4,
Yeah.
$300 a window.
You get what you pay for, sorry.
So these are special 100-year lasting windows or something? All right, well, if you know more firsthand than me.
No, we
I
just
think we
went
have
through that with
precedent supporting the housing commission.
The big things for our costs, we have to pay prevailing wage on the installation.
Yeah.
And that's just-
One of the quotes, just for the windows itself, was $450,000. Yeah, that's what things cost today.
This one blows my mind more than the other one. I don't rank them very good. All right,
Any questions? The next project is asking for funding for the Jenkins Playground. It's a 20-year-old playground that is in a really bad location. It's located outside the windows of the elementary school. So you can imagine teachers inside the building trying to teach when there are children on the playground outside the windows. That's one of the major drawbacks to the existing playground. It's also a 20-year-old playground, which is in need of replacement. So the plan was to locate it in an area, relocate the playground in an area that's more visible to teachers and safety officials, so the police can look at it from the street, and as well as located away from the school windows and put new material in, which will make it much more safe than it has been. The project has the support of the public school administration, the school committee, DPW, Scituate Police, and the fire departments, as well as the neighbors that are in the area of the school. The Jenkins PTO has established a playground committee. They're planning on fundraising about 10% of the cost. They're looking to raise $40,000, as well as provide funding for the maintenance in the future of the playground. And several quotes, they've gotten several quotes for the building the new playground, which run from $385 up to $459,000. So they're asking for $400,000 and are looking to fund $40,000 out of the fundraising. The full details of what they're planning are on our website as well.
I have a question.
Laura?
Yeah. It's like a bone of contention. Have we looked into what percentage previous PTOs have contributed to the construction of the share with CPC? Because it goes all the way back to Hatherley, Cushing, like everyone's done this. And I think it's really important that we're holding the PTOs to that same percentage commitment in order to be fair. You know, so I don't know if anyone has that.
I can tell you, I know 20 years ago, Hatherley School was done for $30,000 from CPC, and the rest of it was all volunteer.
Right.
Okay, you can't do that today. Okay, you have to hire, you have to pay prevailing wages, you have to go through a lot more processes than you could then. What has happened since then, every project, at least that I've been involved with playgrounds with CPC in the last 5 years, and there's 4 or 5 of them, we've asked for 10% from the PTOs that are involved in it, or the organizations such as the Friends of Purple Dinosaur. So, and
For being consistent.
yeah, so 10% seems to be a norm that we've asked for, and they've been able to do fundraising to come up with that in all the cases that we've done.
Thanks.
Dan, where is this? Like, where are they gonna put it?
Yeah, I was having a hard time trying to figure that out too.
I don't,
For 20 years.
yeah, I don't have a map. It's
In the back.
basically away
In the back.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in the back location of the school now, so where
Down
that
the hill?
sloped down to where the field is back there, it's in the rear. So there was a concern from neighbors and police that they can't see any of the after hours activity where it is now on the side of the building, so it'll be in the back area.
Down the hill?
So is it closer to
No,
the
at the
parking
top of
lot?
the hill, so top of the hill,
So you're gonna take the
closer to
basketball,
the parking lot so you can access from both sides.
so the basketball courts all the way?
Yes. Well, I think the idea would be relocated.
Relocate. You're shaking your head.
I'm Mary Olbeck with Principal at Jenkins. It's being moved forward where the current swing set is, the basketball court will stay intact. If you know, the playground is where the USA map is right now, and the swing set, you know, where the shed is. So it's just being moved forward on the hard top, and it'll have the hard place rubber there right before you would go down the stairs to the soccer field.
So. Yeah, so it's
Down the stairs to the soccer field? Where's the soccer?
down the field.
Where's the, is that where the parking lot is? The back parking lot? Yeah, I'm having a hard time.
You know what the playground is, if you walk this way, the basketball court, just keep going down that hill, the field down there. Built those stairs.
I know, well, that's what I'm trying to imagine.
So it's just on that over by the basketball.
Yes.
Tony, I just have an observation. I see the chair of the school committee is here tonight. As you move forward with plans to build a new school, elementary school, I would highly recommend that you include playgrounds in the plans. Because to the extent that we can, if we get an override to build a new school, just like when we got the override to build the middle school, we included in that plan the Performing Arts Center, which was not eligible for reimbursement, but we included it because we wanted to do it, and it was easier and better financially to include it. So I'm really, really asking, and including if the Early Childhood Center winds up at the Hatherley Cushing School, same thing. I know they were asking for a new playground when we just put in a playground at Wampatuck. And I was told, and the Wampatuck playground was only put in a few years ago, all of a sudden I started hearing, well, it's not accessible. I'm like, well, how could it not be? We just did it. So,
Agreed.
so
Partly why
I'm
it
saying
came
it
off.
publicly because I want people to know that that should be included, that the activities that we expect in the elementary school should be included. Thank you. Get off my soapbox.
Anyone else have questions on this? Everyone good?
If I could add a comment to that, I'd also appreciate if they included fields for recreation in the construction of any new school. Because Scituate is still, even with the high school project and some of the baseball field that you just heard earlier, is still lacking in fields for recreation and being able to rest some of the fields from being overplayed on. My 2 cents.
Water treatment.
No water.
All right, yep.
The last project that we approved is really in 2 parts. It's for the Mordecai Lincoln driveway and parking. As you're aware, Mordecai Lincoln, we started looking at, or the town started looking at purchasing the property several years ago. It was completed about 1.5 years or 2 years ago. And what was discussed with the Conservation Commission was allowing people to have access to the property right now, just to have passive recreation, to be able to walk around the property and be able to get to the property. Right now, there is no parking. There is a very small driveway that goes into the property, that goes up to an existing garage, but there's no parking there. So the first phase of the project was to put a warrant on the special town meeting for $25,000 so that the money becomes available immediately if approved by the town meeting, and they can start the design and engineering of the driveway with permitting, et cetera, to get a head start on the actual construction of the driveway and parking. So that's why you see this broken out into $25,000, which is being put in the special town meeting, and $132,000, which is going into the annual town meeting. And this is for the design and engineering and construction of a small parking area. If you could go back to the map there, thank you, Lorraine. So 13 parking spaces, including handicap, that's off the existing driveway, next to the garage, and back of the garage, and going up to a stone wall that's there right now, which would give people access into the property back towards the Gulf River. And the intention is to have that as the first part of the project of a renovation of the Mordecai Lincoln property. There's another project that we're expecting that was postponed because it wasn't completed yet, and that's to renovate the actual facilities in the property and be able to have more historic access to that. So this is basically 13 spots to allow people access to the property and not have to park on the street or the driveway.
Comments? So it's a beautiful property, and I think putting those parking spaces there are gonna make it look crummy. I think we gotta figure out what we're gonna do with the house before we start doing this stuff. I mean, is it gonna be asphalt?
No.
What will it be, like crushed stone?
Crushed stone.
We gotta be careful. I think it just takes a beautiful piece of property and kind of commercializes it. I really don't like the idea of a big parking spot right to the right of the house. I understand getting access to the property behind it, but I don't like the idea at all.
Well, I don't know that there's any other place to put any parking for the property. So if we're gonna use the property at all, parking, we need to have parking somewhere. There's no parking on the road, there's no access next to it, next to the actual property itself. So if this is going to be used for any purpose, there's gonna have to be parking. This seemed to be the best place to put it.
We don't have 13 spots at any other place. Not even back on Bates Lane where you go for walking on the trails. Are we gonna rent the house eventually? Are we gonna eventually?
It's up to the town.
Yeah. So,
I mean, you bring up a good point. Who's taking over the custody of the gym? Is it the historical?
Right now, it's us. The Historic Society hasn't taken it, the Historic Commission hasn't taken it. We do have a item on the agenda that allows for to lease it for.
To lease all historical properties, we have no current leases, but anyway.
I think Tony brings up a good point then, until we figure out who's actually gonna manage it. Why are we spending money right now?
yeah, I mean, you could put some spots on the side as you go up the driveway. I don't know, I just think that's gonna take away from the kind of the uniqueness of the property.
It's 5 acres of almost all open space, granted there are a couple houses. I think on a long term, you need a short-term plan for the property, a mid-term and a long-term. And I think we need the input of a lot of people, the Historical Society, the Historical Commission. But I think the plan was to at least rent at least one of the houses so we can have a caretaker on the property. I call it the old house versus the ancient house, which is the big house. But I personally think I would like the public to be able to go up and at least enjoy the natural beauty of the property. And granted, does anyone want parking anywhere? No. Do we need parking for people? Yes. Mordecai Lincoln's a difficult road. There really is nowhere to park there. So at least until we've developed the plan about what we want to do with the houses, I would like to think that the public could go up there and walk around and walk down to the Gulf River and to see what a beautiful property it is. I think keeping it away from people is, it's.
Well, no one's keeping it away from anything.
Well, but there's nowhere to park. You
You
can't.
can park on the street, I did last weekend.
Well, I think to
You know,
Karen's
I
point,
just
I think a lot of residents there will take issue with people parking on the street on Mordecai Lincoln. We already get a lot of complaints about traffic.
I just don't like it there. I mean, I don't know how creatively we ask somebody to come up and say, let's try and create, 13 spots is a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah, maybe we don't need 13, maybe we need
Right, so maybe you
5.
could creatively put
Five.
4 or 5.
Well, if I could comment, my understanding when the property was purchased was that the anticipated use of the property was twofold. One was as a historic resource for Scituate that you could conduct tours of or have people visit or what have you with the old facility. Also as a passive or active recreation space where you could put kayak access, canoe access down to the river and take the parking off of Gannett Road where people are currently, I think, endangering their lives, trying to put a kayak in parking on the street down there. So I believe that was the intention there, to have people use that as a recreation facility. And that is why they were looking at, if you're putting a parking lot in, if you put 2 or 3 spots in, that's not gonna help you. So I think that was the reasoning behind looking at 13 spots for that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I am with you. 13, again, Bates Lane, Carl Pipes Trail is what, like 20, 30, 40, yeah. It's 20 times the size and there's 5 spots there. And this is much, much smaller, and I understand that's the original intent. I don't know if, as everything that we've learned, the original intents are not always what we have learned going down the road, what they will be. And I am with you that there's some sort of balance. I want someone to be able to go there, but I mean,
Yeah, maybe 5 or 10 spots is plenty for plenty.
yeah, 4 or 5, at least you get in, and then it's not.
Yeah, and again, this is not cast in concrete, this is what, somebody came up with to use the space that was next to the garage.
Who's sponsoring this, Dan?
Pardon me?
Who is sponsoring this request?
The,
Conservation.
Conservation Commission.
Okay, that's what. And may I ask?
Yeah.
Sorry, is the PNS even signed it?
Yeah, we own that.
We did that, okay, I wasn't sure, because I knew that was an issue too for a while, okay.
Well, when this goes to town meeting, this is what they're gonna look at, and they're gonna see this. Maybe we should get together with Concom and see what they're thinking. We're not voting it tonight, but.
Yeah.
Why don't we?
We are voting tonight, the warrant. We have to, the meeting in a month,
What's that?
town meeting's in a month.
Yeah. I don't know, what do you guys wanna do?
I think it makes sense to support the design and take these things into consideration. I mean, we have, the way it's presented is a split vote, whether we support the construction costs or not, you know what I'm saying?
But we don't support the design.
I think we're supporting the funding.
Yeah.
So, and the initial funding is the 25 to do the design, to do that. And then there's time to come back.
I see what you're saying.
So, yeah, we could considerably decide to.
Pending approval of the final design.
Right.
The construction's in the annual.
Right.
Right.
Now,
Skylar, CBC Vice Chair. I just wanted to add on what Karen just said too, that it is 2 parts. The first part is design. And I think part of that process could be maybe looking at building 4 or 5 spaces with the potential to expand in the future if the use of that property requires that, or necessitates it. The other piece is when the CBC approved this application, we also said that the applicant needs to meet with the historic commission to discuss the layout, the proximity of the parking to the historic buildings, and to also discuss the materials. Obviously, it's a historic site. It's not like the trails in the West End, which are out in the woods, out in the forest. So that's something that should occur during this first design and engineering phase. And there should also be public outreach as part of that.
Okay, I agree. All right, that makes sense to fund it and see where it goes from there.
Right.
Everyone good with that? All right.
Okay, thank you.
Dan.
That's it?
Very thorough. Good job.
Very much.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you as always.
Thank you, Dan, for all the work you do.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I invited town council here tonight, he's been waiting patiently. He's here on the ballot question,
Yeah, want to do that next?
so I wonder if we could take that out of order.
Yeah.
So Kevin Freitag is our new council from.
Kevin, how are you?
Kevin from Ruffy Hesse Cumula Haynes. He's got a couple things he's gonna suggest to you. And Kathy's here, I'm gonna run down and get the town clerk. 'Cause I know she's here. But isn't that far to drive, he's only from Hingham, but.
Kevin, welcome.
you're welcome. Thank you.
We met at the MMA.
Yes, we
All right, so the next topic we're gonna do is a discussion and vote, which is actually only 40 minutes long. As ballot questions for annual town election. So the first one is to amend the charter. Is that the one you want to talk about?
We can start there.
Sure, great.
Yes. So there's a couple of different ways to achieve what has been proposed, as I understand. That is that the position of the town clerk be changed from one that is elected to one that is appointed. To change that process, there are a couple of different things that need to happen. Scituate has a home rule charter, it also has a set of general bylaws. Both reference the town clerk's position as being elected. In order to change the home rule charter, there are two different processes that you can undertake. The first would be to ask for special legislation, which would be a simple majority vote at town meeting. You would propose legislation, you send it off, you get a special act, and that could change the charter. That obviously involves going to the state legislature. The second option is under the home rule amendment to the Massachusetts Constitution, which allows everything to stay at the local level. Pursuant to that process, you would have a 2/3 vote at town meeting to change the charter, and that would be followed by a subsequent vote at an annual town election regarding the change. What I've proposed is an article that does two things. It seeks to amend your charter and your bylaw, because you do have one section of the bylaw that references this. At town meeting, those could be taken as, they could be proposed as two articles. It could be a single article that was split into two votes. The quantum on these votes would be different. Changing your bylaws a simple majority vote, amending the charters a 2/3 vote, but you can simply do it together. It seems to me it makes sense to do so. You take the higher quantum, the 2/3 vote. If it passes, then you do both at the same time. Keeping in mind that those changes would only take effect if in fact it were to be successful at the ballot, which in accordance with the home rule amendment wouldn't happen until at the earliest. Even if you voted it at this annual town meeting, it wouldn't happen until the election at the following year of 2024. So even if you took it up now or you took it up in the fall, you would still wait until the ballot question was on your general or annual election warrant in May of 2024.
Now, is that because there's not enough time to get it on the ballot?
Correct. Under the home rule amendment, you have to wait approximately 3 months before it can go onto an election warrant, and that election warrant has to be the regular election warrant, which the clerk and I interpret to be your annual election warrant.
And you recommend waiting for both of them at the next, or no, I guess it'd be the fall town meeting, to go to town meeting and then put it on the May election for the following?
You could do it at either time. In other words, whether you do it at this annual or this fall town meeting, the soonest the voters will have the question is the election of May of 2024.
Could you do it at the following spring?
You'd have that
No,
same
because
problem.
you said
The
it's
same
a
3 months.
But if we did it now, people would wonder why it wasn't on the ballot in May. And then there'd be a whole year, it would show up on the ballot, people would be like, as we just had tonight, we never talked about this, when did this come up? So to make it closer, fresher, move it to the fall, and then people will be expecting it at the next election.
Makes
That
sense.
makes sense.
Any questions?
Just, I'm surprised that we have this option. Because of the whole conversation we had about if you want to change form of government or other elected positions, you had to go through a commission,
Charter Commission.
charter commission.
Yes, so under the home rule amendment, there's a distinction between charter revisions and charter amendments. And charter revisions are carved out as certain things like terms of, or changes to the charter that affect the legislature, town meeting, or that affect certain positions in town, like the select board. The town clerk's position is not one of the things mentioned in the revision category, therefore, which can only be addressed by way of either a charter commission or a special act. And because it's not one of those things, it falls into the amendment bucket, and the amendment bucket can be accomplished by a 2/3 majority vote at town meeting. But in order to create a charter, in order to revise a charter, which are those select things, that is a charter commission process or a special act process. This is not either of those things.
That's very concisely explained, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So are we voting that?
We would have to take it off the town anymore, right?
So yeah, when we get to the town meeting, we'll start that.
So do we also want to talk about the school position? You want to give us just the, there's been a resignation on the school committee.
Yes.
And there's a couple processes that we can go to appoint somebody.
Yes.
Do you want to explain our options there?
Yes. So under state law, now that there's a vacancy on the school committee, within 30 days of that vacancy having occurred, which runs from the date of the filing of the registration of that committee member with the town clerk, which has already been accomplished. Within 30 days, the school committee has the right to notify this board of the vacancy. At which time, within 10 days, this board and the school board, having given 10 days notice, unlike your typical select board meeting, you give 10 days notice to the public of this particular meeting, at which time the select board and the school committee would vote together by roll call to make an appointment to the school committee. That position, though, would only be filled pursuant to that vote until this coming election in May. At which time, if this select board requests the ballot to contain a request to fill that vacancy, then it would go out to the voters, and if an individual was elected, then they would be seated for the remainder of that term as a result of the election, and the individual, actually either way, the individual that is appointed by the select board and the school committee, their term will end as soon as the election hits, right? So it'll run up to the election, and then there will be a vacancy again. The election will take place and perhaps fill the vacancy. If no one were to run, then it's my opinion that the process would again come back to the school committee to provide notice to this board, and you would treat it as a new vacancy, the election having unsuccessfully filled the position. So the only piece there that I've left out is that if the school committee doesn't provide notice to this board within 30 days, then it falls to this board alone to fill that spot before the next election. The statute actually says it shall be filled, so there's some impetus on this board to take action to fill the seat. I do understand the practicality of the situation though, which is that you have an election that's coming up in less than 60 days.
So does something have to happen? We can't just let it go. We can't let there be a vacancy until the next election and do nothing?
The law says that the board shall take action. So I'm.
And action can be to do nothing, to leave it vacant until the election.
I don't think that that's probably within the spirit of the law. I think the spirit of the law is to fill the seat so that there isn't a vacancy on that board. But again, I understand, and I think that, there are certain practical restraints here perhaps that are in place, whether or not the board, given that 10-day notice period and whatever other process might be involved in order to actually have that happen before the election. I'm not sure if that can actually physically happen. If it weren't, then you'd have your election. If the seat was filled, so be it by the election. If not, the school committee would start over, reporting the vacancy to this board, and the school committee could then fill the seat.
So what if the resignation came a week before the election?
Again, I read some practicality in the statutes. I mean, there's only so, frankly, in that case, I don't think that the board could, given the notice requirements under the statute of 10 days, you'd be in a position where you couldn't act. But again, I think there are some practical.
I guess my question there is, do we have to call a special election, or does it just have to wait till the next regular election?
There would be no special election. The seat is either filled or not filled by this board with the school committee or without, up until the election of this year. At the election of this year, that appointment ends and a vacancy occurs. It is either filled by the voters or brought back to this board by the school committee and the select board to vote to fill the vacancy, at which time it would run to May of 2024. So.
But in that scenario, you would have to call a special election because we would already be passed on.
Like you said, the only board that requires a special election is yours. So if the timing pushed the appointment until after the election, let's say the vacancy was the day after the election, the appointment would be to the next election. It'd be a one-year appointment, in a sense.
And you're saying it's your opinion that we do have to appoint somebody, even if it's for this short period of time?
What I'm saying is,
It's a, the statute says
Ms. Curran, did you have something to say?
I do.
Okay.
The statute says you shall appoint. However, if there's not sufficient time for the board to make an appointment, then you don't make an appointment. And that's the issue that you'd be running up against. By the time you told people last time it took almost 2 months, I think, to advertise it, get interest, schedule interviews, have a meeting, make an appointment, the person will be on the school committee for 3 days.
Well, that's because we chose to do it that way.
If you wanted to
So
do
we could just
a
get together.
faster
and-
process, you just need to give 10 days notice before the meeting that 10 days from now, the school committee and the select board are gonna meet. And we're gonna fill that vacancy from now till May.
I understand that, and it's your understanding that that's what we're supposed to do per the
Again, the statute says shall. And again, I think there it is suggesting that this action should be taken by the board. I'm also just acknowledging that there's a practical piece of all of this, which is you're right up against the election here. And I'm not sure that the board has the ability or capacity to be able to do that between now and then. If you do, so be it. If not, then there's gonna be an election and it can be filled. And if it doesn't get filled, then this board can make an appointment until the next election.
Did we receive notice yet?
That was my question.
No.
We haven't received official notice.
From the school committee, not yet.
We have the chairman of the school committee here. Well, how are you?
I'm doing well, how are you?
Great.
So we were told by the Department of Elections for the state that the resignation letter submitted by our former board member could serve as that trigger for our notification. However, we will notify you more formally, officially, through our board process within 30 days, for sure. They also had told, so similarly to town legal counsel, school legal counsel had the same exact advice. And but the state had said we sort of didn't necessarily need to go through with the appointment process, but we absolutely have to put it on the ballot for May. So we were wondering if we could appoint now until the term is actually up for this, which is in a no. So we can't do a 14-month appointment. We can either do the 6-week appointment or go straight to the ballot twice, because that seat's up next May.
Right, and the question that I have is, can we wait, or do we have to appoint somebody? So you notify us tomorrow, starts the 10-day process, it's March 1st, the election's May 20th, that's 2.5 months.
Approximately 3 school committee meetings.
You get notified, then at the next board meeting, the board will say, we've been notified there's this vacancy, people can apply, this is the deadline to apply. You take all those, then you have to say, okay, we got however many, are we gonna interview them, we're not gonna interview them, last time we did, I think, 2 special meetings.
Yep.
To interview them, and then you need another 10 days beyond that. Once you get to the point where you're ready to appoint, you need 10 days notification for the hearing of the meeting that you're gonna appoint. You're in well into April at this point.
Well, I'm not saying I wanna do it, what I'm saying is, do we have to, right, do we have to go through all that, even though it makes no sense and they're only gonna be appointed for a week when all's said and done? Or can we just say, hey, if we go through this, all the stuff is only gonna be for a week, it doesn't make any sense.
Can't we just vote to put it on the ballot, Tate?
You
Don't
have to
we
vote,
two
you have to
options?
vote to put on the ballot regardless.
Okay.
Okay, you have to do that, give notification to the town clerk, so she can put on the ballot. That has to happen regardless of the filling of the vacancy, 2 separate issues. The council says you shall act. Doesn't say when you have to act, doesn't say how long you have to act. I just think the practical matter is you don't have the time to act to fill it. If you don't fill it, what's the penalty? I don't think there's any.
I'm not aware of any.
If someone could try to take you to court and say you gotta fill it, okay, well.
We wanna do
But then
it
it
right.
leaves the school committee with an open
Let
position.
me, let Kathy may know something.
So I agree with everything town council's saying. Just a reminder though, that if you're going to vote to put it on the ballot, I need notification of the vote at a public meeting that you agreed to do that before March 16th.
Could we do tonight?
Yeah, I'll have to do that tonight.
All right, just.
I mean, whether or not, you have to defer to the school committee, if they don't think that they can function for however long it is without the vacancy, if they need to fill that, then that's a different conversation.
I think we're missing whether we have to do it or we can make the decision not to do it. is what my question is.
Two. One, if we haven't had official notification from the school committee, how can we instruct
Different.
legally?
Two different things.
Two different things.
The instruction of the clerk is in regard to what goes on the ballot for your election.
And
That's just the election. Filling the seat by way of a temporary appointment is a separate issue. So the notice is, deals with filling the seat for this short period of time before the election. It has nothing to do with the election itself.
Alright, so that trigger does, I just didn't wanna get into it, okay, so
I
that's
think
fine.
your
And then,
point is, if we haven't been notified,
how can we just add, let's just do that?
put it on the ballot.
So
We have been notified. We got
we've been
the letter.
notified by the town clerk that there's a vacancy.
We got
We're gonna
notified
put
by,
that on the ballot.
Alright, so that's
The
my question.
school
We've been
committee
officially
notified, the school committee notification is notification to the board that they have a vacancy and a request to have a meeting to fill the position. If they do not send that within 30 days, you fill it. So, again, it's constant, two different things, put on the ballot, we know there's a vacancy, town clerk has told us, that vacancy starts the 30 days ticking, for the school committee to say, we want to be part of this process, we have a vacancy, please schedule a joint meeting. So really, again, two different things.
Kevin, does that count as an action, taking an action? By putting it on the ballot?
No, separate things. The ballot issue is one issue.
No, I know.
Yeah, filling the seat is different. I'd also suggest to the board, if you're actually not in a position to act until 30 days after the filing of the resignation at all. So you have to either, one of two things is gonna happen first, 30 days run out, or you get notice from the school committee. At that point, then you get determined whether or not you're in a position to call after 10 days notice.
This is the day of our last.
So they got
We
notified
received it February 13th.
the 13th, so they have 30 days until
So if I notify you by March
12th.
12th.
Right,
8:30.
no, you have 10 days after that.
They have 30 days from the date of the resignation to notify this board.
Okay.
If they don't notify you within 30 days that they have a vacancy and they wish to have a joint meeting to fill it, then the act of filling it is on your responsibility only. The school committee doesn't get to vote.
Within 10 days?
You must post, when you're gonna fill it, you have to give 10 days notice that you're gonna fill it. So if you're gonna fill it May 1st, 10 days prior to that, you have to post notice on May 1st, we're gonna fill it.
Because it has to be a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Yeah.
But that's if we don't notify you within 30 days, then it falls straight.
No, the 10 days notice applies.
10 days is either way.
Yeah, that's notification of the meeting.
Right, for
That's
meeting,
not,
yes.
doesn't have anything to do with the time.
Yes.
All right, clear as mud.
So there's no penalty, no worst case scenario, if by first some chance that there is no appointment. I just wanna get that again, as clear as possible. I mean, what would be the worst case scenario if there wasn't?
Someone in town, perhaps it'd be like a 10 taxpayer suit, someone could bring a suit and say, by way of what's called a writ of mandamus, which is sort of like the Bill Belichick of actions, which is the do your job action, and say the select board should have done something, it didn't, and it must act. That would be the way I would think that someone would seek to enforce that appointment action.
Oh, I'm like so confused. So can I ask a question, Tony? You know, is it our option just to vote to put it on the ballot and that's our action or no?
So again, two different things.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
So, and you can tell that Kevin, Kathy, and I,
Have gone over this around and around and around and
It's
around.
very
We've
confusing.
called
So
every
there's-
department.
You just tell us our two options.
So there's two different issues. There's the election and then there's the appointment. The appointment, in my mind, comes first because that's what happens between now and the election. So between now and the election, this board, with or without the school committee, shall vote to fill the position. That's what the statute says.
Okay, so pause. If we vote to fill that position, is it to the end of the term or can it be temporary until the next ballot?
It goes up to this election in May.
It can only
Okay,
be.
so it can only be a temporary, so meaning like 4 or 5 weeks.
Correct.
Got it. So by doing that, I'm sorry, just trying to parse this out. So by doing that, we would be fulfilling our obligation, so a resident could not necessarily get angry at us for not acting, right?
Right.
And then that person has the choice, now I'm gonna go to the next level, has the choice to either run or not run, or whoever can pull papers for the ballot, right?
Correct, and they would be in no better position than anyone else running for that.
Correct.
We were told they would be listed as an incumbent by the state.
Okay.
I'm not so sure that's true.
It also depends on when you appoint them, it might be past the time when they can actually pull papers to run.
Yeah, that was the other thing, the March 31st date. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Someone retired,
Sorry, that's a
sensible, 9 years old.
Fine.
Alright, so, just so, we have to vote tonight to have Kathy put it on the ballot.
Correct.
So that's done.
So that means we will have 3 school committee positions on the ballot.
Yes.
Yes.
2 3-year terms and a 1-year term.
Okay.
And then after that, the school committee will notify us on March 12th that there's an appointment and they want to be involved in the process. And then we'll have to get together with them on March 26th and figure out what the process is gonna be to appoint somebody until May 20th.
I will say, editorializing, having been through this last year with the invaluable help of Lorraine, doing an appointment is really complicated. It's very time consuming. I'm just telling you.
Well, it doesn't matter,
It's time
we have to do it.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say to you is, we wanna be fair, we don't want anyone to be able to accuse us of not being fair about it.
No, we're not gonna be fair.
I'm not
No,
saying
I'm saying we
that,
have,
but I'm
for
saying,
town council, we have to do it. There's no, so it could be a 1-day process, it could be a 4-week process, but he's saying we have to appoint somebody.
And it says shall.
So we'll talk amongst the school committee on March, whatever date we get together, and figure out what the process is gonna be, whether we're gonna go the route of the last one, or we're gonna say, hey, we all agree that,
That hand was gonna sit on it for 3 weeks, whatever.
or the
Yeah.
principal McCarthy's in town, he
Just do nominations that day for.
Yeah.
Right, so.
yeah, I mean, we'll.
Whatever
they're
decision.
still gonna be voting for 3 people on the ballot.
Correct.
And if it's,
You can pull papers
if
for all
it's
3
for
positions.
Mrs. McGillicuddy to serve for 3 weeks.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, we won't do it that way, because that wouldn't be fair, but we'll open up nominations for everybody, have some panel review or something.
But the person we appoint could decide to run as well.
Yeah. But they would have to pull papers before
Right,
March
March
31st.
They'd have to
Well,
file
have to file by March 31st is the deadline.
We may not even pick that person on March 31st. Okay, I think it's clear. All right, so can I have a motion, do we have writing for that, or do we make it up? To
No.
place the position of school
It's in
committee.
your backup.
Vote to place the position of school committee to fill a vacancy for the remainder of a term on the May 20th, 2023 annual town election.
Second by Ms. Canfield, further discussion?
The
Questions?
remainder of the term, that's where I keep getting confused.
Just the
You
term
can't
only has
give-
a year. Are you allowed?
Do you want me to answer that?
Everyone can answer it.
So the term is up in May at the election of 2024.
Yes.
So the reason why you don't put for 1 year is it's a town clerk thing and it's a state thing. If I had messed up his term in the busyness of whatever, and I'm like, oh no, his term doesn't expire until 2025, I've already committed to the ballot with a 1-year term in writing. If you put to fill a vacancy for the remainder of a term, you're covered. You don't have to do the math, but I always tell the people when they take out papers for that remainder of a term, that it's only for 1 year. I do my double checking then, so it always goes on the ballot that way.
So where I'm trying to get at is, in other words, if we appoint someone, it's only till the election, this year's election, or the 2020. If we don't appoint someone,
It still has to go to the ballot.
It goes to the ballot.
Right.
On that regard.
But the law is saying, as Kevin said, the law is saying that you shall
We shall,
appoint.
but
Till
not
this
for the
election.
remainder of the term.
No,
No.
just till this election.
All right, that's
Like, it's like a month.
But it's,
It's just bad time.
That's what I.
It's the timing is way off, yeah.
If the resignation has occurred in December, the school committee needs to.
Yeah, exactly.
Bang, bang, two separate things, but they kind of commingle.
Yeah.
We were so close to the election.
any further questions? All in favor? Aye.
Anybody have anything else for Kevin while he's waiting some
Well,
case?
just hold on for 1 second. So it's unanimous 5-0. So at this point, we're doing nothing until sometime in March when the school committee either notifies us or doesn't notify us.
I can notify you ASAP if you want.
Well, as soon as
just
you do, it starts the clock, so.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Kevin, thank you.
Sorry we're so dense.
No, it,
Well, I'll confess I was dense, maybe not my.
We spent a lot of time on this,
A lot of time.
a lot of time on this. Talking to Kevin, talking to Kathy, talking to Kevin again, Kevin talking to Kathy, Kathy talking to me, I'm talking to Kevin.
Welcome to Situate.
It was a lot of time, so Kevin's he's been very clear, very
He's
helpful,
been very patient.
easy to understand, so.
thank you, Kevin.
Nice meeting all of you.
Nice
Nice
to meet
meeting
you.
you. So is it the board's also opinion that we are not going, we're gonna take off the appoints, the amendment to the charter, and we'll deal with that in the fall?
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Do you need a vote on that?
Yes.
We will.
We can do it second.
No, we just crossed it off the, agenda.
We'll be in touch. Back to the warrant, discussion vote on the warrant and special annual town meeting. Articles for special and annual town meeting.
So you have, in your backup, you have the complete full warrants. And in the package in front of you, you have Nancy prepared this lovely document. Special annual town meeting, and listed all the articles.
So I'll run through special ones real quick. If you have anything that you want to discuss, shout out from the. One is unpaid bills for $26,000. Number 2 is budget reconciliation, which is moving money from fund to other, moving money from account to account. Balance budget. Number 3 is emergency storm, snow ice removal, and that's to be determined if do we need money now?
We do. So on the sheet, you have 5 articles that are marked as not final.
Yep, but we don't need money right now.
No.
Retirement of debt, permanently pay down $475,000 of the bond for Widows Walk. That doesn't bring it to 0, right? That just brings it down.
That's close.
Brings the $770,000 ban down, 370,
Right,
95.
from retained earnings. The next one is a rescission of borrowing authorities. So these are bonds that are not gonna happen because the project's complete. And a whole bond rating. Number 6 is CPC, the 25 grand we just talked about. Number 7 is easement from Musquashnet Pond for the gas company.
It's for, telling you, at the pump station.
The telemeter was on the old fire station when we were selling, so
Oh,
we
yeah.
moved it. So we've moved it, but we actually have to formalize the easement. It's on the pump station right on Hadley Road.
And that's a picture of it. Number 8 is new general bylaw. Fair access to fish and fowl and navigate. So this is clearly define the ability of citizens to have access to fair fish, navigate waterways belonging to the town of Scituate. And the last one is overnight recreational parking. This is replacing the one that was from the last town meeting. Any questions on any of the special town meeting ones?
Just,
Karen?
when is the waterways meeting? Is that tonight?
I mean,
Okay, because they were gonna review that.
yeah, I know one member had a question, I sounded like it.
Are you talking about number 9?
Yes, sorry. No, number
Number
8.
8.
Number 8.
I should talk to Attorney Galvin, I couldn't answer his questions, because I wasn't here the night you guys had that discussion.
There's not a waterways meeting tonight, is there?
I believe it was.
They were here.
They were right here.
Yeah, they were all here.
Yeah. Was it one on waterways?
No,
West
yeah,
Coast on
I am.
Monday.
They have one on March.
I'm on it, it's March,
First, I think.
it's this Thursday,
I don't know, I mean,
I mean, it's this Wednesday night.
Have we seen the new light, I think, for the overnight parking,
It's in there.
but have we reviewed it?
It came
Yeah, I
back
think
from
we
town
did the
council.
last, one of the last meetings.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone's good with those? All right. Can I have a motion to accept Articles 1 through 9 for the special town meeting?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Second by Conley, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Unanimous. All right, now the annual town meeting. And the yellow ones are the ones you want to do the consent?
No, yellow are the ones that are.
Oh, okay.
Pink, orange.
They look orange. The yeses are
Okay, so first compensation for elected officials. Just the cost of living increase for the clerk. Reports from the boards and committees, capital plan, budget, and then the 5 enterprise funds, 4 enterprise funds. And then 5 water, oh wait, this is the Waterways Enterprise Annual Fund. What is this, why am I seeing 2 water?
waterways and water,
Oh, okay.
And wastewater.
wastewater.
All right.
And water.
Many waters.
My glasses. Right, there are 5, water's the last one. All right, stabilization. Revolving fund limits. New standard. CPC. We just went through all those. CPC other articles to get rid of reconciliations. Then we have the South Shore VOTEC one, which is the amendment to add Marshfield. Chapter 91, which is standard. And then we have the zoning bylaws with the common driveway and the parking requirements. And the last one is the special language to amend the charter, which is going to be removed. So any questions with 1 through 17? Lady in red.
If we, I'm not clear where we left number 12 of parking construction costs.
Number 12.
Mordecai Lincoln. Because that was the second piece, that was for the.
You have to leave it on,
I think we approve it, and if we don't use it, it just.
because if you don't, you're
Okay.
gonna have to go back to the next town meeting,
Yeah.
so.
And
So
they should bring the design back to you,
Yeah, to approve.
Yes.
because you have to approve the contract.
Right.
The
Yeah.
construction
Okay.
will be over 50,000.
Yep.
So it won't make any sense if they come back and say, here's the construction, and you're like, no, we don't approve the design.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
any other questions on this? So can I have a motion to approve Articles 1 through 17 on meeting warrant?
Well, are you?
Well, are we gonna exclude 4 of the operating budget? It's
Why?
not final,
Oh,
right? We're still waiting to finalize that.
Nancy?
Right.
They
I'm
want,
sorry, I was nodding, I apologize.
Yes.
they want to remove 4 operating budget because it's not.
I would say any of the final ones they can take to their March 9th meeting, which will be the next meeting after financial forecast, where those things will be decided.
Are we just voting to place them on the warrant?
No, we already did that.
Oh, we
You're
did?
voting your recommendations and their assignments.
Voting approval.
Okay, so 4 is the operating budget, we can hold that one. Or 3 also?
Yes.
Is it gonna impact 3?
No, just, the only ones that aren't final are the ones that are marked in yellow as no's.
I don't know what you're looking at.
So the capital plan has nothing. The capital plan doesn't say yes or no.
So the next
So
meeting
we
is
haven't
March
debated
7th.
the budget also, any changes that we want.
Right, March
Right, that's why we're leaving it out.
Okay, gotcha. So can I have a motion to approve Articles 1, 2, and 3, and 5 through 17?
So,
On the Engletown warrant. Moved by Mr. Goodrich, second. Yeah, we'll have questions after it gets second.
Discussion,
Second,
second,
second by Ms. Carter. Further discussion?
Who made the motion? Andrew Goodrich and Maura Carter, okay.
did we approve the capital, your capital plan? We did, right? I
We
just want to
did.
recall.
As amended.
Yes.
As amended,
With the
okay.
We added money for the water, if you recall.
All right, we didn't put that truck back
And the
in?
vehicle.
You did, you put the
did.
truck back
Okay,
in.
good, that's all I want to make sure we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
You-
Truck
you-
and EMS4.
Right, you approved mine as I recommended it with additional money for water mains,
Okay,
which is what this represents, so we approved.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any further discussion on 1 through 3 and 5 through 17? First, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
It's unanimous, 5-0.
Can I make a motion to remove 18?
I'd love to. Could I have a motion to remove Article 18 from the annual town warrant?
So moved.
Second by Ms. Curran.
Second.
I mean,
Whatever,
Whatever.
second. Sorry.
Karen and Maura. All, further discussion? All in
The
favor?
giggles have set in now.
All in favor?
This is when the wheels come off the bus.
Do share.
It's unanimous, 5-0, removing 18. All right, now let's, did I see that one? What was that? Is that in here?
Yes, yes.
All right, so now we have to vote on the consent agenda. So all the ones on this chart that are orangish have been recommended by Jim to be put on the consent agenda, but they don't have to be. So on the special town meeting, we have unpaid bills, the wind bonds, snow and ice, retirement of debt, rescission of borrowing authority, we'll do CPC, Musquashnet Pond. Don't you have to do that in easement?
Consent agenda would have to be 2/3.
Say it again?
The consent agenda would have to be 2/3, I'm sorry, Tim.
That's okay.
Oh, the consent has to be 2/3, then. Okay.
Actually, the consent has to be 9/10. Because of unpaid bills. Unpaid bills are 9/10 vote.
But you do them one at a time, right? Oh, no, the consent.
No, just take them and then he would declare unanimous. If it wasn't unanimous, that would probably pull
All right, so
out.
the whole thing,
The whole thing would take a 9/10 vote because of unpaid bills, which has in the past, we've done it before.
And the reports of the boards and committees, doesn't
That's the annual timing. Jumping ahead, we're still in the special.
all right, so are any of these that, do we think that we should discuss? Unpaid bills, I don't think if people can look at that.
no, they usually.
The, reconciliation moving from Department of, general ledger account is fine. Snow and ice, if we have to ask for more money, we should probably,
Well, I had marked the first 3 as not final, so, because I thought you might want to strike it. I mean, you can stay on there and you just pull it.
It's either not gonna get voted on, or we can just pull it out if we have to appropriate money. We shouldn't at this point.
Yeah.
Given the time, we shouldn't have
But
to.
your March 7th meeting will know.
okay. So I think we should, if we have to ask for more money, I think we should probably explain it.
Right, but right now the projection is we're not going to.
Okay, but if we say we're putting on a consent right now, does it have to stay on the consent or we can take it off?
No, someone can say,
All right,
I wanna talk about it.
cool. Retiring the debt. I think that's a nice thing to talk about.
Kind of with you on that, that's a good quick story. Sure, like time,
Sure. What do you guys think?
laundry.
Is it a big enough number to make any?
Well, it's exactly what we told people we were gonna do, which is why we put it on the consent agenda, because we're just doing what we said we were gonna do. We're gonna take retained earnings, try to pay off the debt quickly.
Well, I vote we remove it more from
We do it last week.
most of the stuff people complain about, so we'll tell them something good to start.
Yeah.
You guys agree?
I think that's a good idea.
Remove that one. Rescission of borrowing, it's all pretty straightforward in the book. CPC, we're doing that one. I guess the question is the easement for the gas company. That's just that little,
It could be more confusing as an article rather than.
Which we had to take it off the old fire station in order to sell, so we just moved it.
are we good with the other ones? So we'll just remove 4 from the special?
Sure. From the consent.
Yeah, from the consent. And then the annual one,
Wait, should we do that vote?
Yeah.
so
Move to place articles 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Oops, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 on the consent agenda
Second.
for special town meeting.
all in favor?
Aye.
And then the annual town meeting, 1, 2, all the enterprise funds?
Done that for the last several years.
Water, should
The
water
water
be
get
pulled
pulled
out?
out?
No one's ever talked about.
Oh, that's right, we all sounded like. Nobody.
All right, what's your guys' thoughts on enterprise funds? I mean, it's just like the budget, I mean, you wouldn't pass on 4, why would you pass on those?
Well, we have for the past 3, 4
It's
years.
because Jim wants to do the meeting as quick as possible.
Absolutely.
You also have article.
But we've
14.
never had any objection to it, and somebody can always hold and take it out. So
Right.
So just give them, everybody has an opportunity to say, no, I wanna talk about the water enterprise fund.
That was our discussion last
Alright,
week. People
I say
were
we
talking
keep them,
about the whole-
what do you guys say? I don't care.
I think we should keep them on the consent,
Yeah.
do you think we should keep them
Off.
off the consent?
Yeah.
I don't think
I think
What do
it
you
should stay
think?
on.
Leave it on consent.
so.
3 to 2 at best. Stabilization and revolving funds, those are pretty straightforward.
But when we go back to report of boards and committees, that goes on the consent. Does that allow Tony to get up and give his report? Oh,
So the moderator still has the chair do the state of the town and do the budget.
He usually has a state of the town before you take up the consent agenda. It's the first thing done.
oh, he hasn't done that in the past.
Yeah.
That used to be the way. I'd like to see it that way.
Yeah, I'll meet with them.
Yeah. Okay, I don't understand why we have to accept the reports of the committees and then.
If I could remind everyone, we were going through COVID for a couple of years, trying to like speed everything up, and so I think that's why, in particular, that the chair's report sort of got, as you recall, everything got mixed up. We had masks on at one point, I mean, it was just.
Alright, CPC rescissions,
That's Marshall.
and the last one is chapter 91. Alright, can I have a motion to put articles 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 15 on the consent agenda? Second by Ms. Curran, further discussion, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Special town meetings can take longer than the annual town meeting. Alright,
You want to assign the article?
are you guys want to do that now or the next meeting?
On your agenda.
We could do it. Let me take this board.
I think.
Nice little board. Nancy can fill this out.
Usually the special is most of the chair.
Do we get to roast them at the Japanese?
Alright, so I'll do all the special,
All of the special.
and I'll do 4. Who wants to do 3? Capital?
I'll do capital.
Anybody else want to do capital?
Andrew's the liaison.
Oh, okay, Andrew, you can do it.
If you really want to.
Yep, doesn't matter.
Sure.
So somebody has to prepare to do the enterprise funds in case they're not.
Yes.
Who wants to do waterways? Maura?
Sure.
Golf?
I'll do golf.
Maura? Wastewater?
I can do that.
Transfer station?
I'll do that too, because I like this.
Water?
Okay.
Karen.
You're doing that one?
Actually, Andrew do that.
Oh, right.
And then, do you wanna?
I'm glad to do all the community presentation ones.
Okay.
I mean, because mostly have one person stand up.
Laura, do you feel comfortable with 10 and 11 if they ask questions on those two? Or do you want me?
Yeah, no, I can do it.
Okay. So Maura will do 10 and 11. Karen Conley will do all of CPC. Down to 13. And then we have, who wants to do South Shore Regional?
I'll do it. It's likely that I won't be doing anything.
Karen, what do you, you want
I
to
got
answer?
you, right?
All right, so we'll do that one.
Did you put me?
Wait.
So
Wait, Laura's doing,
she'll do the South Shore, you want to do the zoning? Do zoning?
oh, yay.
Andrew, do you have any? You have capital.
Yes, capital, yes, so I'll do them.
And why don't you,
Unless you planning first.
No, thanks.
Well, actually, I'm on.
That's everybody.
Who's got the chapter 91, 15?
that would be Andrew. That's right. It's on the consent.
Water at a different time.
Who's doing,
Tony's got 1 through 9 in the special town meeting?
And 4.
oh, Tony,
Oh,
you're doing 1 through 9, you're doing everything?
I have to do all the special, but
No, but you missed, there's the recreational vehicle
Overnight party.
thing,
And the waterways.
the waterways bylaw.
Yeah.
You're doing all that? Okay.
I don't, someone else can do them. Usually the chair does all the, does somebody know more, want to do waterways more?
We have you doing the first 4, the chair.
Yeah.
And
Usually the chair does all the special.
Okay.
But if you want to do waterways, you probably know better than me.
I'll do it, I don't care. I just didn't know if you saw that, I just,
Yeah.
I just saw
I
the
looked
house,
into
and I
all
don't know
of
if
it,
you
but-
saw those things.
And overnight parking,
Who wants to face the clergy? That's
I'll do
gonna be
that.
that one.
I'll take that up.
They're already spoiling for a fight.
All right, so Maura's gonna do 8.
and 5 through 7 is gonna be the chair also?
Then we'll let Tony get a drink, I'll do 8
Who's got 1 and 2
Do we
meeting?
have
of
to
water.
Me.
Tony,
Tony.
it says chair on it already. And he has 4 also,
Take your suggestions.
and Andrew has 3.
What about that?
Many.
What about that big Andrew sign that you had, the big check?
I know, but wait to use that check.
So why don't we use it at the town meeting and put it up somewhere?
Or what check?
I bought one of those dry erase,
I'll go get
like big
it.
old check things.
Yeah.
What are you gonna use it for, the retired the debt?
No, it's for grants or whatever.
Why don't we do that with Plymouth County,
Tax
gives us our art money?
I don't know, that was
Yeah.
fun to use.
Why don't you carry it, during
That's what
the
we're
meeting?
doing, Andrew, you could do capital plan. But here's your capital bill, 20 million.
$20 million. That's kind of fun.
We should not take that lightly.
I almost got those big scissors.
Did you?
Took the big ones.
All right. Well, let's wait for Marty, I'll do these drain layers and. Here we go. Actually, we could do that for rescinding the debt for.
There you go. It's dry erase, and you can write it, you can do multiple.
That's great. All right,
We'll use
so
it.
we're all set with that. I have it written down if anyone has any questions. So next, new business, we have some drain layer renewal.
Move to approve renewal of drain layers licenses for
our construction floor, doing business as Costello Contracting and Leo Stickney Cobra Enterprises Incorporated.
Second by Ms. Canfield, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Did you do them both?
Yes.
And I need a motion to appoint Registrar Ann Unio.
Move that the board reappoint Antonio as registrar, the term expires in 2026.
Second.
Second by Ms. Conley, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous. And lastly, can I have a motion to appoint temporarily the Democratic Election Warden of Brian Dempsey?
To appoint Brian Dempsey as temporary Democratic election warden. This term expires in June of 2024.
Second by
Second.
Ms. Curran, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous, 5-0. Other business, do we have any liaison reports? Do we have any correspondences?
We do. So, in your packets, there's a save the date for the USS Constitution Old Ironsides fundraiser. So it's just to save the date, you don't have to RSVP to anything yet. We also have an update, which I thought we read this the last time, the mosquito board. Budget notification and compliance certification policy, so that's from the mosquito control project. And then we also have, we have a letter that was sent on behalf of St. Luke's Episcopal Church, the pastor there, as well as some of the congregation, writing in support of the important work that Jamil Adams in the DEI program at the Scituate Public Schools is conducting. So it's really just a letter in support of his work. And they thought it was important to call it out to the board and to the rest of the town. Jamil does do a lot of great work over there, he's very busy, very busy. And then correspondence from Susie Ambry, Municipal Council, wishing us a very good year, a very happy new year. As well as just reiterating the exchange of our high schools, and the high school students that will be taking place. See, in 2023, it'll be your turn, and we are very much looking forward to welcoming the families who hosted our young people last July. Right, and then the Scituate teenagers will be invited to go to Susie Ambry in the spring of 2024. So it sounds like they're coming here this year, and our kids go. And did you guys know that students are going to Ireland, West Cork as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. That's a first.
We signed that, what did we sign that?
18.
Yeah, it's great. Nice.
Any other?
Nope, that's it.
Two quick things. One, actually, and help me out if you know other sports, but it's playoff time for winter sports right now. Our basketball team, boys basketball team is doing great. They have a home game Thursday, I believe. And the boys hockey team is seeded #1 in their division, and they are playing as well, probably one game this week. So we have a lot of good stuff going on.
I think Superintendent Burkhead also mentioned there are 2 skiers
And the state.
competing in the states this week also.
Oh, exciting.
It's awesome.
Lots of snow up there, that's good.
Berkshire's east.
All right.
So now.
Well, it will be tonight.
All right, can I have a motion to adjourn and sign documents?
I need approval of
we have to
meeting
go
minutes.
through
Why
the
don't I
minutes.
get that first?
Move to accept the minutes of the select board meeting held February 7th, 2023. Sure.
Second by Ms. Canfield, for discussion, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Now can I have a motion to adjourn and sign documents?
So moved.
Second by Mr. Goodrich, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.